Good morning, everyone. I will now call the August 8th meeting of the Community and Public Services Committee meeting to order and begin by acknowledging that the place that we are gathered today is the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory. We thank the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, including the Cree, the Dene, the Saulteaux, the Nakota Sioux, and the Blackfoot peoples. And we also acknowledge this as the Métis homeland and the home of the largest concentration of Inuits south of the 60th parallel. This has long been a welcoming place for all peoples who come from around the world to share Edmonton as a home. And together we call upon all of our collective and honored traditions and spirits to work in building a great city for today and for future generations. So I'll start with a roll call. Councillor Jantz.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
And Mayor Sohi.
Good morning.
Good morning. Nice to see everyone.
We're joined by, on this first day of school, Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
And online, Councillor Wright. Pardon me, Councillor Rice. I'm sorry. Already I did that.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Paquette. Well, he'll join us shortly. Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Morning, Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Still working on it. When
yeah.
you're right, you're right.
Nice to hear from you. Nice to see everybody this morning. So we'll start with a motion for adoption of the agenda with the changes listed on the sheet.
I'd like to move adoption of the agenda with the following changes. The addition of the City of Edmonton Youth Council membership report and applicant shortlisting, and a replacement report for 8.1, fines and penalties for excess vehicle noise, community services report, and request to speak.
Nope, we'll do that in a moment.
Do that after?
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote on adoption of that agenda with those changes.
One moment, we're just getting the vote up. System's just warming up here.
It's been asleep for a month, so it stands to reason.
And apologies, Mr. Mayor, we're just going to get you on the list here. You should be able to vote now. And we're just waiting on one vote.
In favor.
Thank you. We have 5 votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Approval of the minutes.
So moved.
And that would be the minutes of the June 27th, 28th Community and Public Services Committee meeting. Please vote.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have 5 votes.
I have to reset my password.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Protocol items, I'm not aware of any this morning. So let us move then to selection of items for debate. Do you have items? We'll go to you first, Councillor Jans.
Thank you. May I select item 7.4 and 8.1, please?
Thank you. Councillor Tang?
I will select 7.1, and given the number of speakers we have, 7.2, 7.3, and 7.4. Oh, sorry, you already, sorry.
7.4 has been selected.
Yes, my bad. 7, 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, that's fine. I'll go to you, Mayor Sohi.
7.5.
Okay,
And do we need to select 9.1 as well?
we will, yeah.
We need to, right?
Yeah,
Okay, I'll select 9.1.
very good. That's all the items on our agenda, save the fives. So, vote on reports not selected for debate. We have only the one, so please vote on 5.1.
In favor.
Thank you. We have 5 votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried. Madam Clerk, do you just want to summarize item 5.1 for us?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This morning, Community and Public Services Committee has passed the recommendation of the following report without debate. Item 5.1, opportunities for small-scale community amenities, recreation, and leisure spots downtown, with a revised due date of October 14th, 2022.
Thank you very much. That takes us to requests to speak. Councillor Wright.
So the recommendation is that Community and Public Services Committee hear from the following speakers and panels when appropriate. Item 7.2, C5 Northeast Community Hub Investment Impact. Hannah Storvold, Mohammed Elziger, Jasmine Blake Hayes, Carla Gladue, Megan Klein, Jordan Reiniger, Cheryl Whiskeyjack, Kathy Burgett, Karen Motorshead. Item 7.3, Food Waste and Insecurity Report, Analysis and Implementation Options. Tina Kim, Jessica Kinsella, Notion Atia. 7.4, Elimination of Cosmetic Pesticide Community Outreach, Public Education, Operational and Enforcement Resources. Danon Kapler, Gavin Dawson, Kyle Schramm, Jason Pick, Joel Beatson, Lori Hyde, Alexa Wagner, Dave Montgomery, Christine Kowalchuk, Raquel Farreau, Robert Wild, Jesse Story, Cheryl McCumsey, Rod Olstad, Travis Pulfer, Rowan Drisner, and on item 8.1, fines and penalties for excess vehicle noise, Ross Martin.
Thank you. Please vote on hearing from those speakers on those items.
Confirming that Councillor Jans is absent.
Yeah, we'll just mark them as absent.
Thank you. We have 5 votes, or 4 votes.
4 votes. Please display the vote. And that is carried. Requests for specific time on the agenda. The agenda was passed with item 9.1 time specific for 11:30 a.m., so we will move forward on that basis. There's no other requests for time specific, so we'll take these items in order. And I'll just check to see if there's any councillor inquiries today. I'm not aware of any. Request reschedule reports we've dealt with, so that takes us to item 7.1. Presuming that there is a presentation from administration.
We weren't going to do those together? Food waste? Were we going to do the urban farms and food waste together? No? Okay.
Good morning.
morning, committee members. Today I have the pleasure of introducing the annual update report for Council for the Advancement of African Canadians in Alberta, operating as the Africa Centre. Today joining me, we have Mr. Sharif Haji, Executive Director of the Africa Centre, and Mr. Kamo Mansari, Board Director for the Africa Centre. If there are any questions for admin, we also have Mike Chow, Director for Social Identity and Social Inclusion Section. And before we start, I would briefly like to highlight that this report represents the results of many people that have been part of an ongoing city building and community development effort. Previous administrators, agencies, community volunteers, and city councils have had touch points with this report that culminates in a decade and a half of work. I think what this report really represents is the ongoing resilience and cultural capital that we see in the pioneering spirit of this city. And as we grow, migration and settlement will continue to refresh and add to the mosaic which makes up our community. As a department, we're honored to have played a part in Africa Centre's story, and we look forward to the ongoing future collaboration. So with that, I would be pleased to answer any questions you may have after Mr. Haji and Mr. Mansari have presented. And so over to them.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me good?
Good morning. Yep, please go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to start by thanking council members, specifically the Community and Public Services Committee, chaired by Councillor Cartmel. This is a good opportunity to provide an annual update of the Africa Centre. We haven't had this opportunity for a while, so I'm very, very grateful for the opportunity. I firstly would like to acknowledge that we are on Treaty 6, home of many Indigenous communities. I would also like to underscore that we are in the decade of people of African descent, a decade that the United Nations had declared and dedicated recognition, justice, and development of people of African descent in the continent as well as in diaspora. My name is Sharif Haji, and I have the privilege to serve as the Executive Director of the Africa Centre. And with me on the call today is Kimo Mansari, the Chair of Board of Directors of the Africa Centre. I also want to acknowledge the city administration team that are on the call today, who closely we work with throughout the years. I understand that a report has been shared with the council members as part of the meeting package. My presentation will complement that the report that has already been shared, and that this is more on opportunity to clarify where you may have some questions and where clarification is necessary in the report. Second slide, please. So given this is the first reporting that I'm doing since the current council members were elected, since the post-Black Lives Movement, and more importantly, since the new council had recommitted in an unprecedented way to it is anti-racism and equity vision for the city of Edmonton. So in that regard, I will briefly speak to our mandate and our programs and services. I will then highlight some of the strategic achievements that we have achieved for the past 1 year, as well as the impacts of our programs, acknowledging that the importance of impact in terms of investments that are made in the communities and community services. I will also highlight some of the challenges that we have seen over the year, some of the plans that we want to put in place for the next year, as well as not only challenges, but also some of the positive trends that we see as an opportunity to leverage for our collective shared priorities of creating an anti-racist city where everybody thrives, where we all have access to services and participate in our economic, civic, and social activities. Next slide, please. let me start with some context setting. I would like to start by reminding all of us that Alberta is home for the third largest Black population in Canada, having more than combined British Columbia, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Atlantic provinces, as well as Northern territories. Having said that, Edmonton, the city of Edmonton, has Alberta's highest Black concentration, and it's actually Canada's third city with the highest concentration of Black Canadians after Toronto and Montreal. Some researchers actually argue that it may be number one when you take into the population size into context. What that means is that there are some other factors that come in play relatively to the unique differences. Is that Edmonton's Black population are newer to the country when you compare it to Toronto or Montreal. What that means is that this comes with complexities of access to services, challenges of participation in our civic activities, in our economic activities, in our social activities that will have an impact in the sense of belonging, the sense of being part of the fabric of the society. With that said, City of Edmonton is a key partner to Africa Center, and this partnership is to address these challenges. We deeply value from Africa Center's side this partnership, and a partnership can only flourish when we have moments like today where we share our progresses, tackle and discuss our challenges, figure out the opportunities that are out there, and that is what exactly we are doing today. And that's the intent of my presentation. Next slide, please. But first, let me start with what our mandate is as an organization. Our work is to build a thriving community of African descent Canadians in Alberta through access to services and participation in economic, social, and civic activities. We strive to deliver this mandate through community empowerment, preservation of strong cultural heritage, appropriate integration processes, sustainable programs that serve for communities, strong leadership and accountabilities. And I will speak these in details in the coming slides. Next slide, please. So for us to be able to deliver this, we prioritize 5 pillars or key priorities. The first one is cultural identity. A sense of belonging is essential to thrive in a community. Therefore, our programs and services are tailored to foster a sense of belonging within the community. The second piece that, and our programs are built around that. The second priority is advancement and empowerment. We focus on advancing the quality of lives and supporting empowerment of our diverse communities. Our programs and services strive to reduce inequities. We do know that exists. We do know that the data shows that the inequities based on race and how it impacts on Black communities or Black Edmontonians. And the third piece, having said that, Edmonton's Black populations are newer than others, integration is a critical and important piece. It's an ongoing process as immigrants continue to adapt to changing demands. So we focus on economic integration by creating enabling opportunities, job opportunities or employment opportunities, supporting small business owners, as well as building enabling partnership with supportive agencies to have an effect. But we can't do all those without having organizational growth and sustainability. So that's why we have priority 5 as a key priority for us. We prioritize strengthening our financial health and organizational growth through diversification of revenues, strengthening accountability systems, include risk management and target setting, tracking, and reporting, which you will be seeing in the coming years more strong. And leadership development is another key factor that our board has adopted as a priority. As the Africa Center continues to grow, the board recognized the critical importance of raising up and supporting leaders in the organization as well as in the community. So those our programs are built around those 5 priority areas. Next slide, please. So I'll touch how we deliver these priorities through our programs. And these are some highlights of the programs that we run at the Africa Center. Early learning and childcare, we do have ELCC program, and the intent of this is cultural identity as well as affordability. 80% of the parents that bring our children to our daycare are parents who feel that they want to see their kids being raised by, at that younger age, by educators who look like their parents. It's important. It's an identity that is formed at early years. So that's why we do have an ELCC program that is run for the last about 10 years. The second program is youth resiliency building. And within that, we have varieties of initiatives that include mental health, that include in-school support programs, that include scholarships to emerging leaders, that includes leadership development. And then we have enhancing gender equity program that addresses IBV and among others within the community. And then we do have a community development program that addresses engagement and building a sense of belonging, building the capacities and supporting and partnerships with grassroots capacity development organizations. This is programs that are built quite a number of stakeholders that are partnering with us in terms of resourcing, in terms of providing capacity to us, as well as working alongside with us to be able to deliver these programs. We do have economic empowerment program, which I will speak later in my slides. Entrepreneurship support program that builds capacities on whether it is coaching, whether it is in trainings, or whether it is access to capital to ensure that our businesses, people who don't want work, but who want to run their own businesses, are supported. And then we have seniors' well-being and engagement, which is a piece of cultural preservation, as well as ensuring addressing seniors' isolation, but at the same time engaging seniors in a more meaningful activity so that they see their life has a sense of purpose. And of course, advocacy and influence to affect change in policymakers of our elected officials to make sure that the policies that are made have looked into various aspects so that it has a positive impact on the society collectively. Next slide, please. So it's important to, later on I will speak the impact of the programs that I have highlighted, and I wouldn't be able to provide all of them from program to program in terms of impact assessment, but I wanted to highlight first some of the strategic successes that are very, very important for the council. In 2018, the City of Edmonton undertook governance and management audit that provided recommendations to streamline the Africa Center's governance and operations. We addressed these recommendations and made the recommended processes as part of organizational practices. This has been a journey, but we were very, very happy that we were successful, that we are where we are today with the recommendations and how it has affected our programs and practices. We have transformed our governance and management by introducing diverse board of directors with significant passion and experience to drive the organization to growth and stability. We have amended our bylaws and reformed our membership for more broader inclusivity and diversification. We have partnered with the Government of Canada to be one of the 4 major organizations in the country that will serve as intermediary organizations to support grassroots Black-led, Black-serving organizations in capacity building. This is a significant strategic success, not only for Africa Center, but for the dollars invested by City of Edmonton in our operations to be able to bring such resources and a significant role in the City of Edmonton, so where we can serve across the country in terms of providing resources to build the capacities of Black communities. And I will speak how this will have an impact at the Edmonton and local level down the line. We partnered Breweries Canada, formerly known as Western Economic Diversification, to build Black entrepreneurship focused program that will invest in terms of capacity building, in terms of networking, in terms of accessing to capital for Black entrepreneurs that you see in Edmonton. We have established new programs that are in alignment with City of Edmonton's anti-racism to affect agencies, boards, and commissions. We have introduced programs such as counseling clinics that will address cultural nuances, but at the same time provide therapies to those who have been affected. We also address some of the challenges or barriers that in our mental health issues, such as affordability. Next slide, please. But let's talk about the youth, for example, our program impact, and I will just highlight a few. Under the Youth Resilience, as one of our programs, we have provided 62,000 worth of scholarships to post-secondary students who show a strong community leadership, but also having financial difficulties in their post-secondary journeys of education. We have provided 374 mental health counseling sessions over the year, and all throughout our programs, the youth that participate provide 94% of them a sense of community support. On our community development program, because we have not been doing specifically community engagement for the years because of the pandemic, we were able to build a coalition of a response of Black communities together in terms of responding to the pandemic implications, whether it is access to food, whether it is access to mental health support, whether it is access to other support services that will enable families to navigate through the difficult period of time. And so these are some of the numbers of food responses that we have done. Food is a need, but it's also with a dignity is something that we have considered. So we wanted to make sure that people go through in a dignified way. In terms of our capacity building initiatives that address grassroots organizations, and the intent of is a strategic shift that the Africa Tech Center has taken is to work with grassroots organizations in terms of program delivery, given that we cannot deliver every single program across the city from a capacity and challenge perspective, but also bringing together people, putting efforts together has a far-reaching effect in the communities than one single organization can do. So as part of that, we have invested 854,000 in almost close to 30 or 29 grassroots Black-led organizations in Edmonton in capacity building. So overall, in our capacity building program, which looks into grassroots organizations, we have invested about 2.8 million across the country. Out of that, 854 million went to Edmonton-based community organizations. It was 78 organizations, 29 of them are based in Edmonton. So these are some of the national investments that we leverage in terms of bringing it down to a local level and have an effect in our communities. In addition to that, we have a stronger relationship with Edmonton Community Foundation to provide programming support as far as part of Edmonton Community Foundation's anti-racism work. And we were able to, both Edmonton and Calgary, we were able to invest in Edmonton alone over 10 organizations in terms of operations or programs that they deliver. That includes social activities focused, that includes community engagement focused, that includes programs that address anti-racism, educational, all of those things. So in terms of that partnership is where a total of such amount of investment were made just over the past year. And we're hoping to continue this work. Next slide, please. So on the economic development front, we have invested, we have trained and placed 30 youth for the past 1 year, and we have placed them a quality job opportunity. This is a 4-month training. Then after that, placement in job opportunities where they can continue. 209 entrepreneurs were served with coaching support in terms of what a business development that includes, whether it is from a financial perspective or from a business conceptual phase to a business establishment. We have trained 111 entrepreneurs in various business development topics. This is in partnership with financial institutions. And also, the Africa Center is one of the 4 organizations that founded a national entity called the Federation of African Economics, which was nationally announced by the Prime Minister to improve and enable access to capital to Black entrepreneurs as far as loan is concerned. So this is where we address anti-racism. And overall, this is part of our efforts to recognize and do an investment as well as make an effect as part of the Decade of People of African Descent. Next slide, please. So you can play the video here. This is just 3 out of the 78 organizations that we funded. Oops.
It doesn't look like we have access to the video on our end. I'm not sure if someone else in the room tentatively can forward that to us separately. This came through as a PDF.
We sent it as a PowerPoint. So
If we don't have do we have the capacity to play the video? If
Might
not,
just need one moment to see if we can pull it up. It does not look like I have access to the PowerPoint, unfortunately.
Well, perhaps we should move on then.
Okay.
Sorry for that.
We can share it with committee afterwards. Apologies.
Yeah, so the videos are testimonials from the grassroots organizations, Edmonton-based, that provide quite a number of programs and services within the community, speaking to the impact of the investment that we had made into these community organizations to make a change in our city. Can we go back to the slides?
We'll just get those up for you.
Okay, I'll speak to as you pull it out so that we can save time here. So plans for next year, we're continue strengthening our partnership in programming that focuses economic empowerment, and this is strategic positioning because we know that that we're getting out of pandemic. So I think economic activation is an important piece. Yeah, so sorry. So this slide speaks to the dollars and where they go in terms of our programs. So you could see youth programs take 58% of our initiatives, and this is because of what we have been hearing from our community. Even individual Edmontonian donors that go to our website and donate to our organizations, that goes sometimes over 600 individuals donating to. It speaks to where they want to get their donations. It usually talks about the youth and the importance of investing our future. So that speaks to that. Our general operations include community engagement, goes to the second. Community engagement, our COVID response, that's why you see it 19%, because we have emphasized as as an organization to play a role in the response of the pandemic. Next slide. The plan for next year is strengthening and partnerships in programming that focuses on economic empowerment, with focus on capacity building, collaborative program delivery, and serving as a hub for grassroots organizations. We will continue undertaking and committed in terms of regular program impact assessment. We started program impact and assessment, and we'll hope to improve on that in our staff capacity as well as our program design, so that when we come to City Council, we'll be able to deliver the impact from an assessment perspective. So we will, for some of the who may be aware, we had a capital project with the Africa Center, and we're hoping we will closely work with the city administration to relaunch the capital project and restart it. The current location where the Africa Center is housed, space-wise, based on our growth, it's not enough. So we're trying to relocate to new office space that will serve our programs and services. Next slide. We do have some challenges, which includes limitation of operational support, which is not keeping up with the growth on a program perspective. We do get operational dollars from the city of Edmonton, which has kept to the same level for the past 10 years. We have a limited space for programming and community services as a hub base that we want to serve as a community hub. The space is not enough. I think a solution here, and it is a challenge, but the solution is more about working around relaunch of the capital project. And the challenge has been we couldn't move a step forward with the capital project because of the deferral of the dollars that were that had already been approved by City Council years back, but put on hold and released. So that has been some of the challenges. Next slide. But I don't want to end with challenge, but I want to end with some of the positive trends that we see. Partnerships with private companies, indirect program support. For example, our mental health is exclusively funded now by RBC and Antelas. Increased individual donors to our program and services. We have seen traction of individuals donating to the Africa Center more than before. Partnerships with grassroots organizations on program delivery. We have been the sole delivery for our programming, but it's a shift. It has been in partnership in terms of delivery is concerned. And we have also seen increased number of volunteers and members on individuals and organizations that are partner with us in terms of our programming and delivery of our services. I will end there, but I will, acknowledging that Kimo is on the call as well, give the opportunity, Kimo, to augment if I have missed any important points that he may wanted to include. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharif. Thank you all. I know you have covered everything, and I'll not take much of Councillor's time. I will just emphasize some of the things quickly here. We want to thank City Council, and especially the new council, when they came into power. One of the initiatives they took, talked about is anti-racism, working towards improving all that aspects. And the Africa Center has grown in a way, and we have capacities in our programming, and I've been doing this for quite some time, and we want to be a partner and continue to be a partner with the city in terms of addressing that particular critical piece that the city wants to address. And the second piece probably I want to talk about is the deferred dollars for our capital project, which we know that we want to work, we want to move forward, we want to do certain things that both the provincial and federal government will want to support some of these things, but we want to start something. And if the city can look into that capital project deferral and see activated, is the land is in Wellington, and we want to start working on business case, but those dollars were deferred. But probably I'll stop there, not to take much time, maybe answer questions from council if there may be. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both then for your very detailed presentation. We certainly appreciate you sharing that with us. Well now, is there any closing comments from administration? Or?
No, please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Then we'll move to questions then of administration and our guests. And we'll start with Councillor Tang, who selected this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much, Sharif Kimo, for your comprehensive presentation. Maybe I'll just pick up where you ended there, Kimo, about the capital project. You know, there's a timeline in the report that kind of talks about the evolution of that, and the law has changed, you know, since the city first expressed the commitment. I guess if one of you can elaborate on the current state of this project, and in particular, where is the community at for a space like this? How does this project sit within the broader ethnocultural landscape? You know, there's almost every cultural community that I meet with, there is a desire for their own cultural space. This is, you know, this cultural center has been in conversation for a long time. So I just wanted to give you an opportunity to expand on that.
Definitely, and I think the desire and the need has been mounting from our community perspective. We have no place that we can call our own because Africa Center represents 53 countries. It's a continent, and then within these countries we have groups. And the desire and the goal of this center is to actually serve all these groups wherein they will have opportunity for space and where their cultural identity can be displayed. Wellington, the land there has been, and we've been working with, having consultations even with the feds in support of some of those, that capital project, but we can move forward. We've talked to the architect in terms of schematic designs, but we can move forward with some of those things because of that deferred dollars that were put in place. We've been talking to community leaders, and one of those things, the first question that has been coming forward to us is that when will we be starting this process that we started years ago? What has happened? Has the city, one of the goals is to also address anti-racism, and this building would be a first step, a step towards actually those cultural identity that Sharif has presented. Sharif, if you want to add about the significance of this building as well, you may please go ahead and do so.
So thanks, Kimo. The question that I'm asked the most is what is happening to the Africa Center building? Like every single person from the community that speak to me brings that question up. From that perspective, I will say it is a very important piece. And I think with the city being its anti-racism effort, putting that on hold for such a long period is actually not incongruent with the direction that our city and our new council has taken. So I think I feel like we are behind, and I think we need to put emphasis on this and then kick it off. It will take time, but I think not starting is going to have an impact.
Yeah, no, thank you. I guess question to administration. This report right now is for information. I do have a motion prepared, but I'm curious about what's the direction, you know, given this desire and the calling from the community, what's the plan moving forward?
Councillor, at this moment, there is no plan to move forward.
Great. So I would like to put a motion that administration work with the Africa Center to bring back a report to committee to explore various impacts and implications to consider relaunching the Africa Center facility project, including but not limited to business case development, public engagement, funding strategies with other levels of government, and partnerships with other community stakeholders. Any required resources to start this work would be supported through the existing anti-racism strategy or community safety and well-being funds allocated to administration to advance efforts making Edmonton an equitable, inclusive, and safe space. And the due date is for November 21st, committee. I don't have a ton of time left, but intent of this is to really, you know, pick this up where we left off. A lot has changed, so picking things up again is not as simple, particularly when the initial dollars that were slated for this is no longer there. And there's, lots has changed in the landscape with the community. But I think it's important that we do demonstrate our commitment and recommitment, quite frankly. And, there's the talk of the Wellington site that was mentioned in the report. And so that, I think whether we hold on to that or explore others, that is entirely within the community engagement phase. So I'll leave it there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you. Mayor Sohi.
Thank you so much. I just want to follow up on that because this project has been long overdue. I remember when I was here before 2015, we were talking about building Africa Center. And here we are in 2022, so there's urgency to move forward. But I do have a question because of the changed situation now, both to Sharif and Kimo, if you would be open to exploring the possibility of having a center, or at least option of exploring the location of Africa Center in the downtown. Because of high vacancy rate in the downtown, there might be more opportunities. Just want to get a thought from you if that's something that you will be willing to explore.
We have been actually, even within the building we are in is the old school. We've been moving from old school to old school. We don't even have a place where we can have the name Africa Center. So that has been a challenge, people finding and struggling to actually locate our building. We've been even looking and trying to find place downtown, but we look at as well the people we're serving. Transportation, parking spaces, accessibility is a big challenge, a huge challenge for the people we serve. And that has been in our mind, thinking whether coming downtown and what will be the implications for that. Sharif, you want to add to that, please?
Yeah, I think to me, the location is what affects the location is more about some of the pieces that Kimo talked about.
Okay.
Does it serve the purpose? Does it serve the mandate? Does it serve the populations that we are serving? As long as those things are factored, and I think these are some of the stuff that will be coming in the assessment as well as business case to look into various factors to what serves well. So we have to find a location that will serve the community. And I want to end this that it's not only serving for those here. Like if Edmonton wants to attract people across the world, especially people of African descent, having an Africa Center landmark is very important, not for today, for 100 years to come.
Okay.
So but I want the council to look into from that perspective, not only from the perspective of within the city. Thank you.
Okay. No, thank you for that. And also on my next question is related to the operational capacity. I know your budget has not been adjusted for inflation over the last probably 10 years, if not longer. And I have a question to administration on that. Like, what are the plans? Would we have to have council bring forward a motion to do that, or you have your own plans to build that capacity of the organizations so they can continue to do that good work?
Thank you for the question. Mike Chow, are you available to answer on that one?
Yep. Hello. Thank you for the question. At this point in time, there are no plans to advance that piece of work. Council makes the approvals historically around the amounts that are allocated to each organization. And unfortunately, through those amounts, they are not adjusted for inflation.
Okay. Well, I'll probably have more questions on that later on as well, because I just need to figure it out. Like, how do we build the capacity of these organizations without, like, every time coming to, or a motion required from council for a few $100,000 out of $3 billion budget. So how do we prioritize that? I just need to understand that better, because otherwise it becomes a race to having unfunded packages every time for having these kind of conversations and organizations to be supported. On the anti-racism work, I really admire the leadership of Africa Center and the way you're working with the community. And our goal is to build an Edmonton for all of us. Unfortunately, not many Edmontonians, particularly racialized and Indigenous community members, don't feel part of Edmonton yet. So I want to back to you, Sharif, or Kimo, what more we can do as a municipality, as a city, to support that work being done through Africa Center.
Yeah, I'll jump in. We've built some work in terms of building a partnership with Grassroots. We have built some work in terms of building partnership with the national federal government. We've built some work in partnership with foundations, and these are opportunities that the city can leverage. I urge the city council to look into the infrastructures that exist to advance this anti-racism work. It is not only that it's an opportunity, but it just makes sense from an economic point of view. It makes sense from an operational point of view. So I think I'll urge the council members to look into existing leverages that are out there in terms of advancing this anti-racism strategy.
Okay. Thank you.
And just briefly, the relationship with the Indigenous has been growing, that we've been working and doing some programs, and we intend to continue working with that, because our goal and aim is that all African immigrants coming here understands the history and the knowledge of Indigenous people, so that when they settle here, they will understand some of those perspectives. That is one step in actually educating Blacks about Indigenous people in terms of addressing some of the anti-racism piece towards Indigenous people.
Great, thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. Just in regards to the funding, I guess, to administration, is there funds available in the anti-racism strategy or community safety and well-being to start this work?
Mike, would you like to respond?
Hi, Councillor. Great question. I think there are funds that would be available to kickstart this work as a possibility that were approved by council in the previous meetings last year. So I think we have probably enough flexibility to advance some of that work to begin exploring and bringing back to you a report, as this motion talks about, by November 21st.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted that clarity.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Hi, yes, thank you so much. And thank you for all your work you're doing. So I want to just dig into the Wellington location, because I'm curious why, from my understanding, we seem to be looking at the potential of a different location when there was already a location cited. So if we move this forward, why we're going back completely to the drawing board, I guess, is the question I'm trying to understand. This is to administration.
Councillor Rutherford, it's Pascal Adouceur in IIS. One of the questions could be related to the opportunities that could exist in an alternative to building a brand new facility. And so there could be options that we would want to explore, different locations, existing facilities that could be repurposed for the purpose of the Africa Center. And so all of those assessments could lead us to exploring more either less capital intensive opportunities, or just to get a sense of all the great opportunities that could be out there. Okay, so the Wellington location that was originally earmarked in the capital profile 1521-1040, is that city-owned land, or is that owned by the Africa Center, like the nonprofit? It is city-owned land. Okay, so the intent there was, if that ends up being the location, would be similar kind of lease agreements like we have with other nonprofits, like TELUS World of Science, for example.
Yeah.
That is something that needs to be clarified as well as part of the business case.
Okay, so because the budget for that, I know it was redistributed, but it seemed like it was for design. Is that correct?
That's correct. It was originally allocated to schematic design.
So there was no business case prior to allocating funds for design? Like, do we not already have a business case is the question I'm trying to get to.
Maybe this is something that Mr. Chow could respond to, but in 2015, when council approved the allocation of fund, I would assume there was a business case, but maybe there can be clarity.
Yes, I can answer that. Yes, there was a business case. That business case was developed prior to the PDD model coming on stream. So again, the history of this project really kind of kickstarted back in 2008, even before there was an integrated infrastructure department and the model that we're following now. So I think it is probably wise to kind of revisit that business case. Maybe it is a simple refresh, or potentially with a number of conditions and elements changing, potentially, again, it's a whole new business case. It's really hard to say, Councillor Rutherford, but I think, by revisiting that, you bring up very, very good points. It could be simply refreshing, but I think that work to be done, and the way the motion states, it'll give council much more information to make a much more informed decision based upon the PDD model.
Well, and I think this is the issue that I'm seeing. It was the same with the Coronation Recreation Center, right? Like, the longer this goes on, the more we end up redoing the work that we've already done. And that sounds like what we're potentially doing in this case, which is the state we're at. But my caution to council is, if we're going to go down this path of spending the effort on another business case, et cetera, are we going to be in the same position in 10 years' time where we're going to have to do another business case? So if we're committing to this, let's think about how we actually, in fact, are committing to this would be my thought. I guess to the mover, just one quick question. Are you envisioning this at some point being discussed within the context of the budget deliberations for this year? Because I know you have the due date in November.
Yes. And I think that would kind of come out of, I mean, quite frankly, my initial intent is for a capital profile, but I recognize that to get to that point, considering that there's just so much historical context to this project started before the PEDM. I wouldn't even know like what checkpoint we're going to be at. Yeah. And some of the work that needs to get to that point, it's too premature to say, to kind of explicitly say that. So that's why I want this work to be done first.
No, that's fair. Okay, great. Thank you for bringing this forward. I'm complete. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you so much. Just very briefly to say thank you to the Africa Centre for the wonderful work that you do. I know it makes a big impact in my community and the city as a whole. Just really briefly want to ensure I really appreciate the focus on supporting economic development, and wanted to ensure that there are connections being made with the city's sustainable procurement policy in order, to again sort of I think help with that business support.
Sorry, Councillor Stevenson, in the context that there would be a capital project?
I'm sorry, no, this is a totally separate line of questioning. Are we only asking questions on the motion right now? No? Okay.
On anything.
Okay, yeah, so just generally in terms of supporting the Africa Centre strategic plan in terms of the economic development, I just want to make sure that they're looped in so that procurement opportunities through the City of Edmonton are opened up for these businesses as well.
Is that a question for administration?
Yes.
Mike, do you have any response to that, or is that something we would have to come back with?
Yeah, I think that's something we would definitely come back with. But again, our role within our unit is to help the groups navigate through the various business units within the municipal system. And as you can see, the Africa Centre has so many touch points with so many other business lines that that is a wonderful opportunity that we could look into and get back to Councillor Stevenson.
Great. And no need for a report back, maybe just flagging that as an opportunity. I think there's a lot of alignment there to support that work. So thank you. Thanks again so much for the work and for the presentation.
Thank you. Then, starting the second round, Councillor Tang.
Yeah, I actually have a lot of questions, not only just on the capital project, but on some of the other pieces. But I want to focus on this particular thing because it's, I'm not talking about a new project. I'm talking about something that's been in conversation over the past many, many years. And one thing I just want to clarify, and also for my colleagues here, is that the initial intent would be city owning the building or the community owning the building?
That is a great question, Councillor, and that would be something that we would be looking for the business case to clarify, because the path is very different if the community is leading the construction and the operation and ownership versus the city.
And I guess to Kimo and Sharif, do you have any thoughts on that? Whether community-led or city-led pathways?
Sure.
Well, I'll start. I will actually say that we need to figure out a way of doing things together, and I see this as a collet. Why it can't be in that way? I understand that there is a process that has two pathways, but I believe that in this era of today, that the city moving to a direction of working with communities, making sure that it's an anti-racist city, ensuring those strategies are advanced. I feel like this should take a different direction, which will be a co-led initiative between the city and the community.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I guess back to you, Ms. Ladouceur, with a PDM model, does it need to be very clear cut on that front because they're so different, or does it offer this mid pathway of joint effort?
The constraint isn't so much about the PDM, it's really about funding. And so a city-led, city-owned building can be capital. A community-led, where the city is leasing the land, for example, is an operating funding. And so it does very much impact how we set up the project. And I absolutely agree that we can definitely co-lead, but we need clarity on the ownership and roles and responsibilities that we would establish through that initial phase.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's something you're saying that will be surfaced during the business case development and the community engagement that this motion lays out.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I think that's a really important point. You know, I am reminded by a lot of the conversations from the Anti-Racism Advisory Council and this terminology of co-decision making and working together. And I think if we want to be fully immersed in this work, we have to perhaps embrace new pathways, and that takes conversation, that takes deep partnership. And I'm looking forward to seeing what that might surface out of this motion. I'll leave it at that, and I'm ready to come back and speak to this and voting on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi?
So just coming back to my initial question about the operational capacity of Africa Center, what is needed? How do you make sure that we are building that capacity or we are matching that funding that they have lost over 10 years because of inflation? What is required? Can you figure it out to work with Africa Center to make that happen, or does a motion is needed as part of budget process?
Thank you for the question. And Mike Chow, would you like to speak a little bit to some of the conversations and the relationship that we have and what that might might look like going forward to identify what those needs might look like and how we can establish a path to resolving those?
Yeah, it's a great question, Your Worship. And historically, the process has been groups have approached council for requests for operational funding. In this case, this organization has been an example of that, where they are not funded through an existing program, such as the Community Investment Operating Grant. In fact, this group is not eligible for Community Investment Operating Grant because they already receive funding. So we would need some direction from council to put together some kind of pathway forward, whether it be a new program or to explore the financial implications.
Yeah, okay.
So that would be my advice at this time.
I understand that. That's the challenge with next report as well. C5 is in the same situation. So I'm trying to figure out, shouldn't be looking at embedding some of these funding requests into our operational budget, that communities at least have a certainty over time, and they don't have to come back every time to ask for additional funding, have that uncertainty during budget process. So that's what I'm trying to figure out to build the capacity of these organizations that don't have many resources to actually continue to advocate. That's where I need some direction.
We certainly can take that away to think of the larger system. I am painfully aware that, when we are a funder and we say, we'll give you 5% or 10% or 15% of whatever that envelope is, that it does set up a competitive situation, as we want to be alive to that. But it's an excellent recommendation. We'll take that away.
Okay. And my last question is related to the good work that Africa Center is doing in engaging young people. And how do we tap into that to encourage those young people to work for the city or do paid internments in a way that further advancement of their expertise and their knowledge is built, that we're building a workforce that reflects who we are as a community, the diversity. So do we have any plans into tapping into some of the those kind of opportunities?
Thank you, Your Worship, for the question. It's one actually we've been talking about a number of times just in these past few weeks. And so, Mike Chow, maybe I'll allow you to talk to the work that we do with employee resources as well, to do specific support for bringing in and getting excitement, I think, in the community for working with the city from a number of diverse communities and individuals.
Yeah, I think we do have teams within the employee services area that have dedicated resources for the recruitment of people from certain communities. We have Indigenous recruiter, a recruiter that focuses on persons with disabilities, as well as recruitment for newcomers. So we'll activate those networks and see if there's alignments with various programs that the Africa Center is running, and we'll consult with those other areas because that's a little bit outside our area, but definitely there's those opportunities.
Okay, good. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Is it okay if I just speak now to this, or I don't really have any questions?
Sure, yeah, then go ahead. Speaking to the motion then, we'll start with Councillor Principe, and please queue up. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to say thank you, first of all, to Sharif, Chemo, and the Africa Center for all the work you've done. You've really made a positive impact on our community, and I appreciate that. And then I just wanted to say thank you as well to Councillor Tang for bringing forward this motion. I think that, as we've seen previously, even previous council saw the benefit of this, and I would like to see us continue on down this path. So thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi.
Yes, just quickly to speak to this, Africa Center needs a permanent location, and that needs to happen sooner than later. Their capacity, and they're growing, and this organization that does phenomenal work. We don't want to be in a situation that a few years from now they're forced to move to another location on an interim, temporary basis. That's why I see an urgency in this and exploring all options to make that happen. That it has a place from which they can permanently grow and continue to provide the good service and the programs that they do. So I really want to commend all the work that the folks at Africa Center has been doing, and looking forward to the outcome of this report. I want to thank Councillor Tang for bringing it forward.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak to the motion? Then I'll go to Councillor Tang to close.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Carmel. As Mr. Chow had mentioned, Africa Center has a lot of touch points with the business lines with the city. And, over the years that I've known this organization, I have been very, very impressed by the growth. It's been tremendous, and not only in the community itself, which I know was discussed in the report and in the presentation. We didn't get a chance to elaborate on that, but also in the growth of the organization. In providing services and forming partnerships
in quite frankly unprecedented ways. And I just want to flag a few that I feel like we didn't even get a chance to even hear more about. I'm cognizant of so many of the reports we have today, but just, on the economic development, Africa Center is not only a key player in the city, but also an increasingly and more important voice on the national stage, leading this work to support Black businesses and entrepreneurs. That's incredible. Your role in supporting Grassroots, oftentimes non-charitable organizations as an intermediary, that's breaking barriers that are long-standing in philanthropy. And that's actually quite transformative. Your work with students in mental health, with the Black Therapist Network, I think is such a great example of what a community can do through partnerships on their own as well. And I just want to really emphasize what my intent with this motion is really about. Again, not a new project. I want us to re-engage with this project again. Understanding laws have changed, so wanting to hear from the community, what is that refresh vision for this future location, future home? I think the business case absolutely needs to be renewed, and I will love if we can hold on to the former Wellington School site, but I understand that there are things we don't want to be too restrictive through this motion either. But if that's the conversation that leads there, and absolutely, I think we need to hold on to that. There's a lot of interest with other orders of government, and I will say, post Black Lives Matter, and I think we need to explore that. And if we can do it in a joint effort, absolutely, we should be seizing that opportunity. And finally, I think funding is important. And once we can figure out if it's city-led or community-led, that's an important checkpoint. I look forward to something, whether it's a capital profile or service package. But I also would encourage administration to consider alternative pathways that redefines the relationship that city has with community organizations, with racialized communities, in our commitment for anti-racism, for equitable, inclusive spaces in the city. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you. Please vote.
Just looking, we have 5 votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. So that completes item 7.1 for our agenda. So perhaps just to maybe set some expectations through the rest of the day. We have 9.1, which is time specific for 11:30. So between now and 11:30, we will hear the presentation and start with speakers on item 7.2. At 11:30, we'll move to 9.1. That'll take us to our lunch break. When we commence after lunch at 1:30, we will likely be returning to item 7.2, which means items 7.3, 7.4, 7.5, and 8.1 will be after that. So if you're here for any of those 4 items, it will be at least 1:30 or later, likely later, before we get to any of those items. Okay. So let us move then to item 7.2, and we'll first hear administration's presentation.
Thank you very much, Councillor Camille. So we have the pleasure of bringing forward another community organization that's making an impact in Edmonton with support from the city, and we're here to share some of their learnings about the impact that their 2018 to 2022 operating subsidy has made. So this collaboration of C5 Northeast Community Hub is a partnership between the City of Edmonton, Bent Arrow Traditional Healing Society, Boyle Street Community Services, Edmonton Mennonite Center for Newcomers, Norwood Childhood Family and Resource Center, and the Terra Center for Teen Parents.
My apologies, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm not sure we have the right presentation going here.
I believe there's no slide presentation,
There's
it's
no
just
slides or
opening
anything? Oh, all right.
remarks.
Okay, sorry, I was getting feedback that we were missing something. Okay.
The urban garden one was up for a bit.
Oh, all right. I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
Okay. Fantastic. And as I noted, these players and this integrated partnership and collaboration between administration and sector works together to make these impacts. These organizations all work from a common set of values, principles, and goals that ensure everybody who enters their space receives the support and services that they need. The C5 Northeast Community Hub received a 4-year operating subsidy from City Council from 2019 to 2022, valued at $1.2 million or $300,000 per year. The operating subsidy is coming to an end this December. Both administration and C5 appreciate the opportunity to share this report and the impact of the city's investment within the community. The C5 partners have registered to speak today to provide some information and answer some of the questions that you might have. Thank you very much, and as I noted, we would be pleased to answer any questions that you might have after the community members have had an opportunity to speak.
Great, thank you very much. We'll ask administration to step back then, and we'll begin to hear from our speakers. So, I think most of us are in person. If I read your name and you're not here in person, please just interrupt me. And we'll invite all of our speakers to come up in a panel and sit in the seats, starting from their clerk and moving from my right to left. So in seat number 1, Hannah Storvold. Seat 2, Mohammed Eslagir. Sorry if I've mispronounced your name, sir. Number 3, Jasmine Blake Hayes. Number 4, Carla Gladu. Number 5, Megan Klein. Number 6, Jordan Renninger. 7 is Cheryl Whiskeyjack. Cheryl here.
And my apologies, Mr. Chair, we only have enough seats for 6 folks in person, depending on how you'd like to proceed.
So we want to limit panels to 6?
Ideally, however, I do believe the last 4 folks on the list are to answer questions only.
Okay, so I don't have that on my list. So I've got Cheryl Whiskeyjack, Kathy Burgett, Karen Motorshed, and there's another person? No, just the 3? And those 3 are just to answer questions, is that right? All right, okay, then let's proceed on that basis then. Okay, thank you. Ms. Storvold, you're first up, so I'll just go through the rules of engagement here, just as a reminder. Speakers will be heard in panels. Each speaker will have 5 minutes to present. The clerk will run an official timer that you can see on the screen. There's also indicator lights right in front of you up on the half wall here. Green for 4 minutes, yellow for the final minute, and red when 5 minutes are up. So when you see the red light, it's time to stop. Once everyone in the panel has had a chance to present, members of council may ask questions of any or all of the panel members. So for this reason, you may wish to remain in the meeting until all the questions have been asked and answered. I don't know if we have anybody participating virtually on this panel, but if you are, please remember to mute your microphone when you're not speaking and refrain from using the raised hand function, as it creates issues of fairness and decorum. If anyone's experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the office of the city clerk at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. And finally, as Edmonton transitions from provincial mask mandates and the city temporary mask bylaw, we ask visitors to this room to be kind and respectful of each other. You can wear a mask to protect yourself and those around you, and please respect people's personal decisions around wearing masks. If there's any emergency, then please follow the clerk's directions to evacuate. And with that, we'll start with Ms. Storvold. You have 5 minutes. Thanks very much for being here.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Hannah Storvold, and I'm the Director of Strategy and Advocacy for the C5. I'm sincerely grateful for the opportunity to present today on the C5 Northeast Community Hub Investment Impact Report for 2019 to 2022. And on behalf of the whole C5 team here, thank you for the chance to speak to the impact that this funding has had in addressing the needs of Northeast Edmonton over the last 4 years. 4 years ago, as mentioned by administration during the 2019 to 2022 budget deliberations, the C5 Hub was granted $300,000 in operating funding per year over 4 years for a total of $1.2 million. This funding is scheduled to end this December, and we are here today as part of the upcoming budgetary process to provide this committee with an overview of our work over the last 4 years and request your support in recommending to Council that this funding be renewed with a small increase for an additional 4 years. We understand that as city councillors, this upcoming budget is going to be challenging and you all have tough decisions to make. We hope to illustrate through our presentation today the fact that an investment in the C5 has an excellent return on investment for the city, both from a financial and social point of view. So just to provide a quick overview of the C5, we are a formal partnership founded back in 2015 between Terra Centre for Teen Parents, Bent Arrow Traditional Healing Society, Boyle Street Community and Social Services, Edmonton Mennonite Centre for Newcomers, and Norwood Child and Family Resource Centre. The northeast of Edmonton is an area of enormous need and has been for many years, but unfortunately prior to the C5 it was largely a service desert. This section has a concentrated population of newcomer and immigrant individuals, as well as those that live at or below the poverty line, and crime data also shows that the northeast struggles. Because of the complex needs within this community, any one agency would struggle to fill all these gaps. The partnership of the C5 means that investment from the City of Edmonton to facilitate this collaboration sees the Northeast with a one-stop shop for social services, meaning that the most vulnerable do not have to take a 45-minute bus ride downtown to access the supports that they need. Each agency specializes in supporting a specific vulnerable population and brings these strengths to the table. At the hub, families can access housing, employment and business supports, parenting supports, early childhood development supports, financial planning, mental health and addictions, food security, and a variety of other programs and services that continually evolve based on feedback and needs from our community members. The operational funding provided by the city has been vitally impactful for the C5 hub and its ability to support the most vulnerable residents in Northeast Edmonton in a comprehensive and meaningful way. This funding has enabled the C5 to expand to 2 additional service delivery sites over the last 4 years while continuing to provide critical programs and services at the original hub. Given the number of participants from 2021, the return on investment for the city's $300,000 per year works out to an investment of $52.41 per client served per year. In any other model, a $300,000 investment would not be anywhere near as impactful or able to serve as many individuals with anywhere near the volume and variety of services. The funding that the city provides for the C5 is primarily used to cover the operational costs that provide the spaces needed for each of the C5 agencies to bring hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of their own specialized staff, programs, and supports to the Northeast, and to do so in a way that is integrated, coordinated, and more effective to better support the most vulnerable. The C5 hub is a unique model not available anywhere else in Alberta. What distinguishes us from other agencies is the fact that we bring as many supports as possible into one location rather than sending folks on a wild goose chase to get bits and pieces of support from a laundry list of agencies. Individuals and families are supported holistically. If you can imagine being a newcomer who's struggling with English, or a single mother who's struggling with addictions and has just had her children apprehended, or a houseless individual trying to figure out where to sleep that night who doesn't have enough money for bus fare, all of these people can technically access supports, but their needs are multifaceted, and the roadblocks to accessing supports when you're struggling with mental health and addiction and language barriers and poverty are seemingly insurmountable. When they are referred to 7 different places to get what they need, all of which requires them spending hours on the bus, and that's if they can afford a bus ticket, they simply aren't going to access those supports no matter how much they may need them. The C5 hub means that no matter what a person is struggling with, they come to one place and we bring the services and the supports to them. While the service delivery of the C5 partnership is focused in the Northeast, the city as a whole benefits from this partnership. Each of the agencies have regional spread and utilize the expertise of their C5 partners to serve the broader Edmonton community in each and every one of your wards across the city. The ability of the C5 to support newcomers to Canada is also a huge asset. At the C5 hub, we have staff who speak over 14 languages, which helps our newcomers to navigate government and social assistance programs.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
We have a
Thank
very
you.
packed day, so. We'll now go to Mohammed El Sagir.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. To add on to what Hannah said, over the last 4 years, despite the pandemic, the C5 has significantly expanded its supports and the number of community members we serve. The C5 market is one of 2 additional sites that we've added and was developed out of necessity to address a huge number of community members going hungry at the beginning of the pandemic. The market now serves around 800 families twice a month with fresh produce, bread, milk, canned goods, and essentials, so about 3,500 individuals. Food security continues to be a huge barrier for many Edmontonians, particularly with the rising costs of inflation and the social reckoning that we are seeing following the pandemic, or following the heights of the pandemic. The C5 market differs from the traditional food security models in that community members do not receive a pre-made hamper or a box, but shop for the items that they would like to have in a grocery store model at no cost to them. The majority of clients served out of the C5 market are newcomers, immigrants, or refugees from different cultures. This model allows community members to shop for the ingredients that they would want with dignity and pick foods that they are culturally familiar with. If you can imagine a newly immigrated family from Afghanistan or from Somalia, homesick and trying to cook a box of macaroni and cheese for the first time, while they are technically feeding their family, it is not in a way that is comforting for them in any way. The ability for this family to find ingredients that they are comfortable to cook with has been so impactful for them. The market is designed as a natural access point for the C5 to connect with many vulnerable families, offering wraparound supports for those already struggling with food security. Our staff at this site are social workers, not grocery store clerks. We are also hoping to expand the offerings at the market through the creation of a home essentials donation center that would be co-located. This donation center will fill a crucial gap that was left when the Edmonton Emergency Relief Society closed its doors in late 2021. This gap has only been exacerbated by the arrival of refugees from Afghanistan and Ukraine with nothing but the clothes on their back. We have also been able to expand and grateful for the opportunity to partner with the city on a pilot project that provided us with dedicated space at the Clairview Recreation Center. The C5 has a dedicated team of staff located at this location that provide food, bus tickets, warming kits, and community referrals out of the Clairview Rec Center. We have also developed a number of free drop-in youth programs located at the Rec Center to keep vulnerable kids and youth busy after school, on school breaks, and on Saturdays. Having embedded specialized social supports at the Rec Center has taken a significant amount of pressure off the City of Edmonton staff in dealing with complex community members and youth who typically fall outside of the scope of the facility's staff expertise. For example, where previously youth were stealing services or engaging in destructive behavior required the Rec Center staff to call the police or ban the youth from the facility, staff are now able to connect with our C5 youth case workers who engage to redirect the youth towards more productive endeavors and engaging programming. We are also very excited about a recent partnership with the Skill City Institute to open a free STEM lab, Science, Technology, Engineering, Math, Career Exploration Lab in the C5 space at the Clairview Rec Center for Youth. The lab is helping to build technology skills for youth in areas such as coding, robotics, and digital media, designed to better prepare them for the future and future employment opportunities in the modern digital economy. This lab also features 3D printer and virtual reality headsets to make STEM fun and accessible. Given the high number of immigrants, Indigenous, and economically challenged youth that are served out of the Recreation Center, our hope is that this project will reduce barriers to entry for these individuals in industries where these demographics have been typically underrepresented. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Jasmine Blake Hayes.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Blake, and I am a team lead for the C5 Family Resource Network. I'm a Bent Arrow employee, and I have worked with the C5 for just over 5 years. I wanted to share some stories with you today to illustrate the work that C5 has done. Starting with Andrew and Aaron, who are youth who began coming to our location at Clairview Rec Center. They were the first ones there in the morning when we opened our doors and the last ones to leave at night. Over time, our team began to notice that both the kids were getting progressively more dirty and that the clothes that they wore were the same day after day. After working hard to build relationships with these two and really earning their trust, we discovered that they were essentially squatting in their home with no power or water. Our staff provided intensive one-on-one care, casework support, working closely with their school counselor, providing them with their back-to-school supplies, clothing, access to free services at the rec center, and getting them connected to the C5 food market. We also acquired them both Chromebooks to start the start of the pandemic so that they can continue to participate in their schooling. By working with these youth, we also got in contact with mom, supporting her to apply for Alberta Works to get some financial stability. We are also able to connect with mom with a behavioral health consultant through the local PCN to help. Mom is now on her medication and family has found stable housing, and Andrew and Erin continue to swing by the rec center for drop-in programs. Another story I wanted to share with you is about Tim, one of our houseless community members. Tim was sleeping in a tent on the backfield of the rec center. Our team received a heads up at the rec center that the police would be clearing the encampment, so our team should be prepared for an influx of houseless individuals needing support. We were able to help these houseless individuals with backpacks, clothing, blankets, hygiene kits, socks, water bottles, lunches, and bus tickets. We sent many of the folks to the C5 hub to address additional issues, which was applying for IDs, accessing affordable housing, and getting in touch with families or caseworkers. But Tim needed some extra support. Tim arrived suicidal and exhausted. He was also struggling with addiction as a result of some serious trauma, and was tired of fighting to stay alive on the streets. Our team sat with him for several hours, explaining to him how important he was, even though he did not have a home. While Tim continued to struggle with houselessness, he showed up at the rec center every day and attended our programming to begin processing his grief and learn coping mechanisms that didn't involve substance abuse. His ultimate goal was to get into detox, but in order to attend one of these facilities, you have to show up first thing in the morning with 48 hours of sobriety underneath your belt. Our staff reached out to our friends at Hope Mission, who were able to get Tim a bed and coordinated with the team to pick him up at 7 a.m. to drive him to ADAC Detox and arrange for transportation to Palmmakers Lodge for treatment. We were there as a listening ear and a cheerleader to help get him to that 48-hour mark. Tim now has a month and a half of sobriety under his belt, and he knows that our team is here when we need him. The final story I have for you and wanted to share is about Linda. Linda came to us halfway through her pregnancy. She was a previous CFS involvement and desperately wanted different outcomes for this baby. Our staff supported Linda throughout her pregnancy through our Health for Two program, where she met other moms and built her community. Our staff supplied her with prenatal vitamins and helped her to maintain her sobriety so she could have a healthy birth. We then helped her to apply for housing, which she was successfully in inquiring. Unfortunately, the lure of addiction proved to be too much for Linda after the baby was born. But our team now works closely with Linda's mom, who is taking care of the baby. We have connected Grandma with the C5 Market, diapers, and other resources such as SAGE's Grandparents Who Parent program, so she can meet other people in a similar situation. Every day, my team and I work with some of the city's most vulnerable, working to treat them as humans, show them that we deeply do care about them and that they do matter. I want to thank the city for the funding that they provide, which enables us to do this work.
Thank you. Next, we have Carla Gladu.
Hello, my name is Carla Gladu. Today I was invited here to speak to you about my journey through life and how programs like the C5 Hub and C5 Family Resource Network helped me to gain my footing in this place called life. I first became a young mother at the age of 17. I was still in care at the time, living in a group home, and when I turned 18, I moved back with my unhealthy mom and my life took a slow but steady downturn. At that age, I had maternal instincts, but I didn't know how to live a healthy lifestyle or set boundaries. I ended up losing my 4 children by the age of 22 to the child intervention system and found myself in jail. While I was there, I found out that there was a better life for me, but I needed help and guidance. It wasn't until I had my 5th child that I found parenting groups. One of the main agencies that was a huge part of my growth in learning healthy parenting and personal boundaries was through the Parent Link Center at Bent Arrow about 11 years ago. Programs like Triple P, Family Night and outings, family therapy, collective kitchens, and any program that I was offered, I took my kids to. It kept us busy and gave us good fun activities to do as a family. Being low income and a single mom is very tough, so having these programs free to access was way less stress for me and gave my kids and I something fun to look forward to every week. Through Bent Arrow and Norwood, and now the C5 programs, my kids and I have been connected to a number of cultural opportunities: sweats, beading, moccasin making, ribbon skirt making, and really connecting to our Indigenous culture. When I first came to the C5 Hub, I felt really at ease. Jasmine and Katja were the main people who made me feel so welcome and that I could really talk to them. There are some workers at other agencies that you don't always feel comfortable with. I don't normally talk to people much, but I was instantly so comfortable with them, and that's what kept me coming back. I just kept coming and talking, and they helped me so much, especially with my sobriety. When I first started coming to C5, my kids were in care, and through the C5 programs, I was able to bring them home full time. Having programs like the one C5 offers, positive, healthy program, and being able to take my kids all the time and have access to child minding has made such a difference. If they didn't have child minding, I wouldn't have been able to come anywhere near as often because I didn't have daycare, and I have a 4-year-old that can get restless. With the child minding, I was able to attend the parenting groups, knowing that she's safe in the next room. I don't have outside supports, and childcare is so expensive, so that made a huge difference. My kids love coming to the C5. They have formed friendships with other kids in the programs. The Little Chefs program was their favorite. These programs have given my kids and I something positive to do that is fun and where we get to learn. I have learned how to speak to my kids without getting angry, learning calming techniques, and mostly my kids get to see me be healthy and that we can do things together as a family. The C5 programs and agencies have made a huge difference in my life, and I really hope that they continue. Thank you for your time and hearing my journey.
Thank you, Ms. Gladue, for sharing your experiences with us. We truly appreciate that. Next, we have Megan Klein. Yours might be the one that doesn't function, so perhaps Jordan can share his with you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Megan Klein. I'm the Executive Director for Edmonton Mennonite Centre for Newcomers, but I'm here today representing my colleagues from the C5. As you've heard, C5 is very well positioned to support the work of City Council. We are fulfilling the goals of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Strategy alongside everyone here. We're already doing work that supports the 7 priority pillars, with particular impact to Pillar 3, Safe and Inclusive Spaces, Pillar 5, Pathways Out of Poverty, and Pillar 6, Crime Prevention and Crisis Intervention, as you've already heard. Our work aligns with the city's well-being framework, and our youth programming at Clairview Rec Centre supports Council's direction on youth after-school programming activities. Not to mention, C5 is a great partner for the city to support plans to decentralize social services, as outlined in the Downtown Core and Transit Safety Plan. Our existing infrastructure can already easily expand to include additional agency partners should Council proceed with relocating community agencies out of the downtown core. Of particular interest to me, by your own report, by 2050, Edmonton is predicted to have a population of 2 million and 50% will be immigrants. This demographic change alone highlights the critical importance of creating spaces which are safe, accessible, and inclusive within Edmonton. The C5 Hub is a space that is safe and accessible and inclusive in an area that already has a high concentration of newcomers. Immigrants and refugees are among those we serve at the Hub and the Market and the Rec Centre. And our multilingual staff are there to help folks navigate complicated social systems and connect with other agencies and supports. In a way, we look at the Hub as an EMZN satellite serving newcomers in the Northeast, but it is so much more. And that's really the beauty of C5, so much more. There's more capacity, more responsiveness, more agility, more reach, more opportunities for collaborations. We're nimble and we're close enough to communities to create meaningful change and to do it fast. And, let me tell you, organizations like ours can certainly do it for a lot less money than the city can. So that's where we want to partner with you. Our ask to the city is that as part of the 2023 to 2026 budget, we request City Council allocate $500,000 per year over 4 years for a total of $2 million in operating funding for the C5. We know it's a tough budget year, but we're not naive or shooting for the moon. We know you have difficult decisions to make in this budget, and we respect the responsibilities that you bear to make good decisions for the community. Our ask is reflecting the value that C5 can return to the city. Now, I can explain why the funding is so important. Rising inflation is certainly having an impact on vulnerable communities. There are people who are feeling the impacts of the pandemic still, and they need our support. And our growing population means the people coming to C5 are growing in numbers too. Everybody who comes before this council has meaningful asks and real needs, so why the C5? We are very special. What we do here with the C5 is different and unique. Our collaborative amplifies every dollar that's invested in C5. We get more done with less investment than anyone else can. So one example that's very near and dear to me of the impact that I can see C5 having in not just the Northeast, but for the whole city, is what Mohammed talked about, the expansion of our food market to include a life and household essentials donation center. So the emergency relief services, they closed last August. And what difference does that make in our community? Well, what happens when refugees come here with nothing? They were the only place that offered free starter kits for people. What happens if another community in our province flows into Edmonton for a crisis, like in Slave Lake or Fort McMurray when they were on fire? There isn't anything to serve them right now. But C5 has the capacity to build this. We're already building it, and that's something that we can give. We believe the holistic model that C5 uses to deliver social supports is the future of social services. It's more effective, less expensive to operate, and it's a much better experience for the people we're serving. Expanding this model to other areas of the city could play a significant role in making Edmonton's vision to end poverty in a generation a reality, and support the anti-racism strategy to build an Edmonton for all of us. And we are able, with this funding, to become a demonstration site and a training site for other agencies. I have more, but my red light's flashing.
Thank you. Next we have Jordan Renninger.
Just to save time for all of you, me and the rest of my colleagues are just here to answer questions. So that concludes our presentation.
Very good. Thank you. We'll now go to questions then of our guests. Mayor Sohi, you want to start?
I lost connection. Sorry, I lost connection.
It's okay.
So I just wanted to click on. I don't know who this is.
Just wave, so that's fine. You please go ahead.
Okay, good. Thank you so much. I'm not going to repeat all the good work you're doing. It well aligns with where this city is going and where this council is going. I want to get to the core of the problem, which is funding. Right? Your funding runs out by the end of this year. So my concern would be that if we don't give you certainty until the budget discussion, which is December, how would you fill that gap? How would you carry on the work? Because you would have to start preparing now to carry on the work for the next 4 years. Just want to get a sense from you.
So okay. We need to just make sure you turn on your microphone when you ask.
It's a great question. I think that, that's the struggle in the nonprofit sector generally, is always that funding certainty. But what I would say is, we understand there's a process, and this, as Megan mentioned, the C5 is incredibly nimble. It's kind of a get it done attitude there. So, while certainty would be wonderful and, we'll lose less sleep for sure, the people that we serve still need to be served. We'll find a way, no matter what that looks like, if that answers your question.
I'm going to consider putting forward a motion to ask administration to bring forward a funded package.
It'd be wonderful.
So that way, at least you get a sense from this committee, they'll go to council, you get a sense from council. Because what I'm worried about, and then I raised this with the administration as well, we got to figure out a way to better fund small organizations like yours and Africa Center, that there's certainty, then you're not competing against each other during the budget process. Yeah. And that's my worry is with unfunded service packages, that when money runs out and it's tight, it's going to be very tight.
Yeah.
It's going to be very tight budget, but we need to give you some certainty whether we support you as a council or not. So I'm going to think about that, bringing forward that, then we can decide whether your work is important, which I'm pretty sure is very important to. That's all the question I have, because I know we're running out of time too, right? So just want to let you know that my goal will be to give you the certainty over the next 4 years. Yeah.
Be very grateful for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Yeah, thank you all so much for coming in. Thank you for those in the back for questions only. It's really nice to see all of you. And I think, too, Ms. Gladue, I really appreciate you sharing your own lived experience. I think that's absolutely critical for decision makers like us to hear directly. So really appreciate that. And of course, Jasmine, thank you for sharing the stories. I guess, Megan, you had mentioned that you would love to see hub models spread. Are you aware of any models since C5 came into being that has been learning from your work and therefore has kind of sprouted? I guess anyone can answer that, but I'm curious about, we talk a lot about community hub, and in fact, City had a community hub strategy at one point. Yeah, please.
Not in the way that we're doing it. So hubs will pop up. So there's the Orange Hub, for example, that operates out of that west end there. But it's mostly a co-located site where they're there. We're not co-located, we're integrated. So a lot of the learnings that we're having are based on that integrated service delivery where we're intimately tied together. So it's mostly having conversations to bring partners in and what the model looks like. It can be replicated. It's really difficult, Karen. It really requires a lot of difficult conversations to have and a lot of commitment from people. And we are seeing that happen within the C5. The C5 isn't just us, right? We have SAGE, we have Actions for Healthy Communities, we have Big Brothers and Big Sisters, we have a whole bunch of different partners that come in and join our model, for lack of a better term, because of that integrated service delivery. But as for another hub operating like us in this way, not in the city yet.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that distinction between co-location and integration. Yeah. I think that's important for all of us. I guess, I think there's no doubt that moving towards a hub model like you have and working in that integrated way is unique and important and demonstrates value and is effective. I guess what I'm struggling with is, aren't we creating a new nonprofit? Exactly to your point, Hannah, that there's so much challenge in the nonprofit sector for funding, that we're creating new organizations that require city funding, while we're not necessarily seeing organization amalgamating, which I know is a really tough conversation in the sector. I guess I'm just wondering if you can just educate me on that.
Yeah. I don't think any of these mics. Musical chairs. That's a good question. I think the value of the C5 is that we all bring a different skill set. That you couldn't necessarily, if you merge us all, it'd be one very large, weird organization doing a whole bunch of different things. And we hear, I think the most common refrain I hear when I'm talking to people from all different places is you need to collaborate more. And I think that this model is really, it's deep collaboration. And the challenge is that collaboration like this takes time and money and effort. And so, this is 5 organizations this is founded on relationships and deep trust and long-term commitment to this and to serving the people that we serve in this area. And so I think you actually get a more effective response by having the different kinds of skill sets coming to the table. And what this is not creating a new organization. We've actually had that conversation. Do we create another not-for-profit or not? This is about giving us the infrastructure we need to collaborate well and to do the work in an integrated way that we want to do. So, yeah.
And your funding runs out December.
Yeah.
And you're asking for an increase of the $300K. I guess what would be limited or excluded if funding remained at that level? And I'll just throw all my questions out. How does a province play a role in matching that? Is there a role? And I was curious, Megan, you had brought up community safety and well-being. Are you implying that that could be a source?
I would maybe just take those first two, and Megan, if you want to take the third. So the increase that we're asking for is certainly to compensate a portion of that for inflation and the real increase in demand and complexity of needs that we see coming out of the pandemic. It's not just the number of people that need us more, it's how much they need us, which is, you know, much more intensive work for our staff, much more, many more hours than, you know, a regular referral or a regular one-on-one. But the other portion of why we're requesting the increase is around how much we've grown in terms of service delivery. So the last time we came to you, it was for the hub. You know, in typical C5 fashion, we saw a need and said, we'll figure it out, we'll do it, we'll make it work. And so we expanded to the community market because we literally had community members coming to us and saying, I have no food in my fridge to feed my kids. So we expanded through the initial funding for that came through food security grants through the province and the feds. To cover that, but that's not long-term sustainable funding, and we still see this desperate need for food security within the population that we serve, and then the other expansion being the Clairview Recreation Center. So that's been such an amazing opportunity, such a great partnership with the city to really meet people in a natural connection space and take some of the pressure off of the city staff in dealing with, you know, houseless individuals, people with complex needs, youth that are, you know, really struggling. We really see an increase in violence and mental health issues with the youth that we're serving. So because we've expanded into those sites based on need, that would be another portion of that funding. And then to your question around the province's contributions, absolutely. So about 2 years ago, we became many of you might remember Parent Link centers. They were retendered through the province for early intervention and prevention programming to be called Family Resource Networks. So we applied and were successful. So that kind of ties in again to the multi-funded nature of the C5 and how we're able to kind of amplify those dollars for, you know, the city's investment. So we do function as funnily enough, a hub that's what it's called in the Family Resource Network. We're also a hub, so there's many varieties of hub. So yeah, we act as a hub, and then each of the 4 of the agencies act as spoke services, and it's all that programming around early intervention, prevention, trying to get upstream of justice and child intervention systems.
Sorry, I know I'm grossly over time, so I will.
Okay.
No, go for it.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I'm going to start off my questioning on that provincial gap in funding, because I do think that what your services provide is access to those provincial supports. And so what have you been receiving in funding provincially?
I can speak briefly to, for instance, employment supports. So EMCN gets provincial and federal funding to support employment. And we have staff that are embedded at the hub, and they help everyone who comes in, not just newcomers. And so that's a way in which provincial funding is more flexible than our federal dollars, and we're able to allocate it as appropriately needed through the hub.
Okay, so that staffing is provided by the province. It's not your own resources, right?
It's provided through EMCN to the point of this being an integrated model. Each of the 5 agencies supplies staff to the hub. And so there are no staff of the hub, so to speak.
All right. And I do want to thank you for your presentation, and I also want to thank you for touring me around the C5 hub. It was just amazing. And the thought that was going through my head the whole time was, we need a hub like this in each quadrant of the city. So what would it take to do that? I know money, but...
I'll kick us off briefly to say I'm the newest member of the 5 EDs. And it is an act of great trust, because we are all applying for the same dollars, for the same kinds of programs in the community, but through C5 there's absolute collaboration, zero competitiveness. That's what's needed. It's a mind shift change, both on the part of our funders as well as on the part of our sector. C5 works because we chose to make it work. That's why it works. And we have so many people who want to do the same thing in different parts of this city, and I think we could be a model for the planet for how this could work. But it does require that our funders also get on board and understand what collaboration costs.
So is there any appetite for C5 operating in each quadrant?
Cheryl Whiskey Jack, hi. I just wanted to add to this that we have been approached from other parts of the city over the last 5 years on how we do it, what makes it work, all of those things that you're talking about. And it's really difficult for us to think about how to do it in Millwoods, how to do it in North Central. And the reason is because they have a community there. We have grown out of the Northeast and out of the needs of the people that are there and have been really driven by those needs. And so what we have talked about is actually like a mentorship or an internship where we would invite interested parties from different parts of the city to come and see how this works, how embedded it is, all of the sort of learnings that we've been able to glean over the years and be able to share those in a way so that they could go back to their communities and look for their partners. Yeah, and it just would be really challenging to sort of pop up in different parts of the city. We really would be starting from less than nothing because they aren't our communities, and it would make much more sense for it to grow really organically from those communities. So that's what I wanted to add.
So providing that mentorship to fit the unique needs of the various communities.
Yeah,
okay,
correct.
Awesome. Yeah, I think I'll wait until Mayor so he brings forward his motion. Oh, and I just wanted to make a point of keeping it at this level rather than the city running it. I think it was Hannah, you said wherever the money comes from, if the money comes, you'll get it done. But also getting it done at that $52.41 per client per year is I don't think the city could do that, and maybe I'll ask administration that same question. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Stevens.
Thanks very much, and thanks to everyone for all the wonderful work you do. It's just great hearing about it in the report. So yeah, I have a similar line of questioning again, just seeing the success of the model. I love the idea of the mentorship, sort of helping grow it in other sectors. So again, it's coming from that community. Just wondering if there are things that you think the city can do to help seed that type of shift. You know, any ideas, you know, wondering if something around our grant application process, that we start to put a greater emphasis on partnerships. Yeah, what could help seed and support this from growing in other areas of the city?
Thanks for the question. Just thinking about our evolution, one of the things that really accelerated our collaboration and partnership and evolution was in the first year, we did this off the side of our 5 desks, and it moved very slowly. And what really helped us was the ability to hire a C5 director. And we were able to do that through a grant through Edmonton Community Foundation. And so having that support and that recognition that partnership does cost, collaboration does cost, and it can be a very effective use of grant dollars. So that's what helped us.
Okay, no, that's great to hear, and I think an excellent point that you need the dedicated resources to help make it happen rather than adding it on other people's plates. And just for my clarity as well, is there a formal governance structure between your organizations, or it is still sort of relationship-based?
Sorry. I'll just keep going. It is and it isn't. You know, it's been developed over the last many years, but it is embedded in all 5 of our organizations. And so we have our directors who sort of are the operational leaders of our collaborative. But we have once a year that our boards, all 5 boards, come together and meet. Our EDs meet once a month religiously. We have a finance committee, communications committee, like from all 5 organizations. So all of these various committees meet regularly to talk about the work that we're doing and how can the 5 agencies support the needs of the people that we're seeing at the hub. So that is our structure, and it's the way it is. We have survived 3 ED changes, so it is embedded in practice, and it is embedded in our founding documents as well.
Yeah, that's a fascinating. That's a great way of putting it, being embedded in practice, so that it does survive from personalities and individuals, and yeah, it goes beyond that. Wonderful. Well, thanks again so much for the work and for the inspiration about how we can work in other quadrants of the city as well.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for our speakers from any of my council colleagues? And if not, then that would conclude questions of our guests. So we thank you all very much for attending here. We're going to pick this item up again presumably at 1:30. So you're welcome to come back, or you're welcome to watch online and as we bring this item to conclusion, whatever suits you. Thanks very much again. Appreciate it. So we're going to move to item 9.1. And that's a private item. So I'm going to move that we go into private subject to sections 17 and 24 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Please vote on going into private. Your motion? I moved it. Yeah.
We have 5 votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. So if you're not here for item 9.1, which is the Youth Council membership report, I'd ask you to vacate the room, please. Anything yet?
Should I be coming back after lunch?
No, I think we're fine. We're going to move those motions, but somebody will be in contact with you, Ashuta. Someone will talk to you, but it doesn't have to be through this meeting.
Okay. Thank
Okay.
you so much, councilors.
Thank you for coming. Appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
Okay, we're back in public, and we are adjourned for the lunch break, back at 1:30. Good afternoon. I'd like to call the August 8th, 2022 meeting of the Community and Public Services Committee back to order. So just to finish off item 9.1, now that we're back in public, I would like to make the following motion. I think the clerk has this. Yes, terrific. And that is that one, that the City of Edmonton Youth Council application shortlist and actions as set out in the revised attachment 1 of the August 8, 2022 Office of the City Clerk Report OCC 01363 be approved. 2, that the August 8, 2022 Office of the City Clerk Report OCC 01363 remain private pursuant to Section 17 and 24 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. 3, that a Community and Public Services Committee non-regular meeting be scheduled on August 17th, 2022 from 1:30 to 5 p.m. for the purpose of City of Edmonton Youth Council interviews and appointment recommendations. And 4, that administration prepare amendments to Bylaw 14126, Youth Council Bylaw, to establish City of Edmonton Youth Council as the selection committee for appointments and reappointment recommendations to council, and consult with the City of Edmonton Youth Council Chair on timing and implementation approach. If there's any questions are fine. Otherwise, I'll proceed to a vote. Please vote.
And we have 5 votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. And before we go any further, I was reticent in not doing a roll call, so I'll just go through that. Mayor Sohi?
Here.
Councillor Wright?
Here.
Councillor Jans?
Here.
Councillor Tang?
Hello.
Good afternoon, all. And then we're joined by other councillors. Councillor Paquette?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Knack?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Principe?
Hello.
Good afternoon. And I think that's all for the moment. I'm sure we'll be joined by others as we go through the afternoon. So that takes us back to item 7.2. We've heard from speakers and completed questions of speakers. So now we'll move to questions of administration. And I'm going to go to Mayor Sohi first.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I do have a motion that I will bring forward, and a copy was sent to City Clerk's office as well, if they can put that on the screen. I'll just read it. That administration work with the C5, Bent Arrow Traditional Healing Society, Boyle Street Community Services, Edmonton Mennonite Center for Newcomers, Norwood Child and Family Resource Center, and Terra Center to bring a funded service package to the 2023-2026 operating budget deliberations to increase operational subsidies to C5 by $200,000 per year for a total of $500,000 per year for a total of $2 million. So that's the motion I'm putting forward. Just to introduce the motion, Mr. Chair. Okay. Yeah. I think C5 has really demonstrated the work they're doing aligns with building an inclusive, welcoming city for all of us. And a lot of the work they're doing also help us achieve the number of outcomes the city has intended to achieve. Really aligns those values. And I believe that instead of creating an unfunded service package, then debating that during the budget process creates uncertainty for these organizations to continue that good work. So if there's a will on part of committee and council to support that ongoing work, I think the organizations will benefit from that certainty moving forward. So that's the intent of having a funded service package instead of unfunded service package. I think this is also an opportunity for us to tap into the collaboration of provincial government and federal government, because a number of the agencies, I think all the 5 agencies are get some funding from the province government, provincial government to staff this innovative hub. And I think if we can demonstrate that value to the province, might be an opportunity for us to expand this model to other parts of the city, whether southeast, southwest, or the west end, or other areas where the need is there. So I think that's the reason that I want to move forward on this in this way.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So we'll go to questions either on the motion or to administration on the report, if there is any. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Carmel. Sorry, just really quickly, and I just got the full wording here. If the package is funded, and I'm fully supportive of it, but I don't see any reference of this going to council, does that not have to go to council if it's going to be a funded service package?
If I can...
Sorry, is that, I'm assuming you're directing that question to administration?
Yes, sorry, yes, to anyone from administration on that.
I think that typically funded packages have come from council, not from committee, but because you're just directing a funded service package to come back, we would bring it funded in the budget, although that isn't our recommended way of approaching this. And you would, as council, like all we're doing is bringing back a funded package in the budget. Council would ultimately be the ones who would have to approve the budget with the package funded.
Correct. I just, from a process perspective, I don't recall us ever being able to approve, a committee ever being able to approve a funded service package without council approval. Again, I'm fully supportive. I just want to make sure we're following the right process, and I could be wrong. Maybe it is permitted to not have this go through council, and if that's fine, that saves a step, and I'd actually prefer us to save debate. I needed to ask the question, so.
Well, I'm not sure that that's to me necessarily, but
sure.
This is, I guess my guess is that if we were funding this tomorrow, that would have to go to council and have a funding source, but this is really just where is it going to sit in the budget document when we debate the budget document, either above the line or below the line, and it's being suggested this one's above the line.
Perfect. Yeah. So I guess the reason why it might not have to come to all of council is it's not suggesting per se an added expense. It's essentially creating a prioritized exercise in advance. But where it would probably need council approval is if it was actually asking for new money outside of the existing approved budgets. Is that fair?
That's my take. So
okay. Perfect.
So from that perspective, as the chair, I consider it in order.
Wonderful. Then I will leave it alone and let you go ahead. I'm fully supportive of it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I'm just wondering, maybe Ms. Padbury, one of our speakers, Megan, had mentioned or referenced the alignment with the community safety and well-being. Is there any funds available there that it could fund it from?
You currently have funding, unallocated funding for community safety and well-being for 2023 only. I would just have to double check what that number is.
Okay.
But that, if we start going down that road, then it becomes a council decision, and that's not the spirit of the motion.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, don't bother checking. Thank you. Thanks for the clarification. And then I was just wondering, maybe Ms. Smith, maybe I'll ask you, with the FCSS funding that comes out, part of that is funded through the province, right?
Yes, the funding we allocate to community is our portion of the funding from the province.
Okay, and then those funds have they been distributed to any of the 5 organizations that are included in the C5?
I believe all 5 have some programming that is funded through FCSS.
Okay, and would this qualify under programming? Or is this more operational?
Well, they're asking for operational money through this, but these programs that they talked about each bringing to the table, some of those could be through their FCSS programs.
Okay, I just wanted some clarity on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Thank you. Just to speak.
Okay, Any other questions, either on the motion or of admin? Okay, Councillor, oh, there we go. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, I think my question is to the mover. I think to your point earlier with the first report, that there are many organizations that could benefit from proportional increases. You know, I think in the case, anyways, there are some funds that city provide that hasn't changed in the last decade, not accounting for inflation, et cetera. Because on this one, I was contemplating do we keep going down this line of packages for individual organizations, or is there a bigger conversation for council as a whole in terms of, many other needs that we're seeing out there?
Yeah, I absolutely. I think we need to figure out a better way of funding these organizations so there's more certainty and predictability in the funding. So in this case, because their funding is running out by end of December 2022, that's not the case with Africa Center. They continue to get their base funding, even though we need to match, in my mind, for inflation and some of the programming growth for Africa Center. I think that's why it's, for me, from my perspective, important that we give some certainty that there'll be, funding will carry on over the next 4 years.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I'm thinking of, certainly organizations who it's very uncertain whether or not they'll be able to operate in 2023, even given some of the challenges that they've been facing. But they don't have a, annual report to report on or to bring back to us, because that's not the governance structure. Yeah. I guess I'm just pointing this out more in general. Yeah.
Yeah. And I agree with you. Would love to get administration's thoughts on if they have any ideas, but they may have some idea in the future how to do that.
So if you have any thoughts, feel free.
Yeah, this is a larger conversation, I agree with you, to ensure that there's some equity in how we approach all of these incredible agencies that are providing important supports to Edmontonians. We'll have to bring that back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
To speak. Just to speak.
I'm sorry, just to speak. Okay. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, just very briefly, and I apologize, I came in a bit late. Just wanted to ensure as well, there's mention about the need to sign the formal partnership agreement to provide more certainty about the location at the Clairview Recreation Centre. Just wondering if that's been addressed or if that requires direction from council.
Currently, their space status is it's non-exclusive space within the former multicultural center that's located there, and they have that access until the end of August. And a full evaluation is underway right now, and looking at how to investigate the cost recovery involved with using that space. So the community and recreation folks are working on that currently.
Okay, will they need to relocate at the end of August, or is it anticipated that the work can happen prior to that?
I'm sorry, I'd have to get back to you on that answer.
Okay, I think I'm hearing a lot of support for the great work that they're doing. So just ensuring that there can be as much continuity as possible. I had a chance to visit the facility with Councillor Paquette last month, I guess, and yeah, it really seems like a wonderful space, and it'd be a shame to have to close it down or have them relocate for a temporary amount of time. Thank you. And I will speak briefly to say I think this is a great motion. Thanks for bringing it forward.
Okay, so it's just been flagged for me that committee does not have the authority to direct funded service packages. It either needs to go to council or we make it an unfunded service package. So
well, I'm good with if it goes to council.
Okay. Yeah. So why don't we continue with speaking to, and then we'll have to requisition to council when that's complete. So any other questions?
Could it be a recommendation? Sorry, Mr. Chair. Could it be a recommendation from committee to council?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that could, it can be that phrased that way. So perhaps if the clerk can rephrase it that way, the committee recommends to council.
Yep, that's what we have up on the board, I believe.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, very good, thank you. Okay, any other questions to admin or to the mover? Okay, then speaking to the motion, Councillor Paquette.
Just before I begin,
Just you just asked, but I'll reiterate if there are any questions or concerns. This would be the appropriate place, so we don't rehash the whole conversation in council. Just giving an opportunity, some space there. Okay, I'll just proceed then. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, yeah, back in 2018, I worked really hard to secure funding for the C5 Community Hub in the city's 4-year budget for the first time. It was my first term and my first 4-year budget, and it was my first big financial ask from my seat on council. And to my delight, it received unanimous support. But I knew then what I know now, that C5 Community Hub is an extraordinary resource, not only for my corner of the Northeast, but for all of Edmonton and for our many diverse communities. I've watched them grow over these years and meet every challenge head on that so many local community-driven organizations are faced with when meeting the demand for high-level services, supports, and programming. And that need has only increased over the past few years. So in a way, the council that approved this had a lot of foresight, and it has served our communities very, very well. C5's longstanding commitment to the eradication of poverty in our city through partnership, community building, on entrepreneurship, equity, and family is absolutely remarkable, and something we should all aspire to not only support, but to actively participate in, because so many social service organizations have to compete, as was mentioned, for the same pools of funding from the same levels of government. And C5 is an incredible example of how our social serving organizations and nonprofits are more successful when we work together. I mean, they have not just proved that, they have taken it into the stratosphere. So C5 is a great example of how our dollars from council can actually be made real and have an incredible impact on the community. So when we share physical space, when we share food, when we share our communities with each other, we can empower others to make a great life here in Edmonton, because Edmonton truly is for everyone. Now, C5 knows the importance of meeting people where they are at in their community and helping newcomers, youth, Indigenous Edmontonians not only celebrate, but preserve diversity, language, and culture, which is essential to our future success as a city as we move into a smaller world, but with larger ideas. If we really do want to meet our goal of growing to a population of 2 million people in less than 30 years, we need to make sure that we bring everyone up and along with us on that journey. And what C5 does is remarkable, in that those who might in the past have been left behind are now brought along. I wholeheartedly support this motion to provide permanent funding for C5 Community Hub. Well, what I'm assuming will become permanent funding. I cannot guess what council will decide, but this committee sending it to council will help in that process. And I just want to take this opportunity to thank C5 for all that you do in serving our community. You have made such a profound difference on so many lives. And really, when you change one family and one person, that spreads. That becomes a compound effect. And we see it already in the works, and it's astounding. So thank you to C5. Thank you to the mayor for bringing this motion. And thank you to committee if you vote to send this up to council. And of course, as always, thank you to administration whose unsung and tireless efforts help all of us to move forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, I just want to start by thanking the speakers who came out today. I know there's still a few in the room, and I assume there's some virtually watching as well. Just want to express how impressed and inspired I am by C5 and the work that each of you do individually, but also as a collective. I think that it's really clear that you have built an incredibly successful model that is rooted in collaboration and integration and coordination, which ultimately results in better service delivery for the community members that you serve. And I think that this model, in many ways, is actually a solution to the siloed approach that we too often see, which is where we see folks falling through the cracks oftentimes, and where competition will often result in different organizations eating one another's lunch, unfortunately. And I also just want to touch on the connection to community safety and well-being, because we often talk around this council table about taking a more proactive approach, a more preventative approach to community safety and well-being. We talk about being able to divert Edmontonians from houselessness, from the justice system, and we talk about taking pressure off of various organizations and institutions in our city. And I think that C5 is doing exactly that. So I'm really pleased that Mayor Sohi brought this motion forward, and while I'm not on committee, I can't vote, but of course I would encourage my colleagues to support this sustainable funding at a level that is reflective of the growing demand that C5 has been experiencing, will move us closer to our shared goals to create a safer, more inclusive Edmonton. So that's it from me. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Very good. Mayor Sohi to close. Good to go. Then let's call the vote. Please vote.
We have 5 votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Oops. Very good. So that moves us then to item 7.3, Food Waste and Security Report. Thank you very much for your time and for your presentation. All your hard work. We'll ask the next admin delegation to come along.
We don't have a presentation, we just have some short opening comments.
Very good, thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Council. In August 2021, the City of Edmonton Youth Council prepared a recommendation-based information report that provides youth insights on food issues in Edmonton. Noshin Atia and Tina Kim from the Edmonton Youth Council, who are registered to speak, have both been involved in this report since the beginning of 2021. Administration has analyzed the Edmonton Youth Council's report and provided implementation options for each recommendation as described in Attachment 2 of this Council report. As you can see, the work is ongoing, is supported by the City Plan, FRESH, and many of our waste initiatives here in the City of Edmonton. As indicated, administration recommends that the City of Edmonton uses existing frameworks, processes, and resources to continue to support solutions related to food waste and food security. There are 3 recommendations that are not being pursued by the City at this time, either due to administration requiring Council direction and the requisite resources, or because stakeholders can address specific recommendations without City involvement. Administration has received input from the Edmonton Food Council, a volunteer advisory council that provides the city's strategic and expert insight into the food and urban agriculture landscape, local food policies, emerging issues and opportunities, and building and maintaining relationships with the food and urban agriculture community. Edmonton Food Council's input included feedback received from Edmonton's Food Bank and Edmonton's Multicultural Health Brokers Co-op, 2 organizations with expertise in these subject areas. We thank the Youth Council for their work and insight into the things the City of Edmonton has been and continues to work on, and would be pleased to answer any questions related to the report and Edmonton's response. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We'll now go to our speakers. So first of all, we have Tina Kim. Well, I'll just ask the speakers come forward. Tina Kim Jessica Kinsella, who I believe is joining us remotely. Is that correct? Is Jessica with us? I see her on the meet. Okay. And Notion Ataya. Do I have that right? Yeah? Okay. So in that order then, so you'll each have 5 minutes to make your presentations, and then once we've heard from each of you, councillors will each have 5 minutes to ask any questions they may have of you. There's indicator lights. I think you may have heard this morning, but there's green light for 4 minutes, a yellow light for 1 minute, and then the red light means that your 5 minutes is up. Okay, thanks very much. Please go ahead. Who's starting? Tina?
Tina will be taking questions, so I can start.
Oh, all right, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. My name is Notion, and I'm here today with Tina from the City of Edmonton Youth Council. We're here to thank administration for their time and efforts in analyzing our food report. Our report was published by members of the Youth Council along with the help of community organizations. While it was inspired by the impacts of the pandemic, it remains relevant today as we deal with increasing food prices and the ongoing crisis of food insecurity. We'd also like to emphasize that a report can complement the work the city is already doing to combat food waste and insecurity. And we are proud to see Edmonton use the food scraps cart, discuss single-use plastics, and etc. to ensure the city is greener as we grow. It is necessary for the youth perspective to be taken into consideration when planning and executing projects that impact us. Thus, we hope to sustain the relationship we have built between administration and the Youth Council. After publishing our report, we have been engaged with administration as they wrote their analysis. We would like to see this involvement continue in the future. Thank you for your time and listening to our youth perspective.
Great, thank you. Next is Jessica Kinsella. Is Jessica with us?
I am.
Please go ahead.
So I just want to thank everyone for the space and time to share. And I want to preface by saying that we were invited to speak because we at the John Humphrey Center for Peace and Human Rights have also compiled a report that we believe can complement this report from the Youth Council. And just want to quickly provide a quick summary of that report as well. And we are happy to share that report in the future. But throughout November 2021 to February 2022, JHC brought together teams of agencies and individuals have been working to support food security needs of vulnerable members in Edmonton. Participants came together to reflect on their learnings and identify strategies to strengthen food security. And a number of these partners have worked together over the past 2 years to respond to food needs throughout the pandemic as part of the Edmonton COVID-19 Rapid Response Collaborative, which ran throughout 2021. Our Edmonton Food Security Report articulates the priorities that these hands-on agencies feel are important for Edmonton to consider as we move forward beyond the pandemic and into what we all feel are more challenging times. This report provides insight into practical strategies and solutions that need to be at the center of efforts to strengthen food sovereignty, respond to climate change, and achieve the Agenda 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. I just want to outline some of the calls to action that are included in this report that again might complement the Youth Council's report. We call for a food strategy at all levels of government. As one Edmonton participant said, if you don't take care of food first, health and nutrition, you have sicker people, an overwhelmed health system, and it goes right down the line and ricochets. Then people have to provide care to take care of others. They also can't afford medications. This is the root cause. Food needs to come first. Food keeps people healthy, and then you can address the other issues. This requires a spectrum of food efforts from emergency response to building self-reliance. We call also for mental health of those working on the front line of food. We need to support in terms of funding, but also processes to allow staff to process and debrief as strain is high on all on the front lines. We need to build more flexibility into community operating grants to accommodate grassroots organizations. Grassroots are often praised for their good work, but there is not any funding to support them because of inflexible guidelines or simple lack of resources. The city needs to support these agencies and organizations that are grassroots. It is a lot cheaper all around. If the city understands all that is happening and supported the smaller initiatives, that needs to be the new model. It can be beneficial for both clients and is cost effective. Grassroots agencies need to be given more value for their voices as well. They are on the front line and have the most insight and thus able to suggest and implement the most relevant and appropriate solutions. Look at barriers for Grassroots. They are doing the work, but facing barriers in accessing support. We also believe that access to space is important. A gifted community subsidized space would make a huge impact on smaller grassroots operations, such as those as Bear Clan Patrol and Weed Together Strong and Canada. It would also bring our agencies together so we can collaborate in the work. Given the breadth of groups and agencies doing food response work, collaboration is critical to address food security and bring in effectiveness and efficiencies for the betterment of our response efforts and response resources. This requires a dedicated agency or group doing that collaborative work. We also believe there needs to be an assessment on how we can ensure people have options for accessibility, increased delivery of hampers, and culturally appropriate food. We also call for an investment into more community hubs like those of C5. We also want to bring forward opportunities for schools to help kids be able to access food and work with programs that are already doing this work to allow youth to be able to help their families. We also believe there needs to be help to fund food initiatives to employ people who face barriers in employment and help with real work that impacts the community. We call for anti-oppression and anti-racism in the major food support agencies and city staff working in this area. And we call for the development of some kind of database, like a food library card that agencies can collaborate with and have to work together on. This helps address barriers with ID that we see so often. Even the request for ID can send people running. We call on municipal and provincial governments to lead the way in creating specific parameters around the distribution of excess foods and establish clear rights-based food strategies. We need outreach to businesses and facilitation of connection and partnerships that ensures distribution of excess food. This effort can bolster the movements and efforts to support local. There must be strengthening of collaboration with rural communities, local farmers, and efforts to advance land use opportunities. And we also wish to ensure a commitment by the City of Edmonton to increasing community gardens, yardship programs, urban farms, and food forests. This could include policy change to increase the ability for citizens to house backyard chicken coops or food forests. We call on the city to encourage and potentially mandate local developers to incorporate food forests or edible landscaping into our communities. These need to have different options and approaches to address growing food security and accessibility to nutritious foods. We call for the investment in a public education campaign, not for donations, but in fact to raise awareness of the supports and services that exist in the community around food and how to navigate barriers of identification. There's a need for much more intensive work around education, even for agencies to know where to refer people and go for info. And there's an urgent need to educate young people to ensure the next generations are better informed and have resources to avoid food security and navigate climate change. We call for food, okay.
Thank you. I gave you a few extra seconds there. Thank you very much. There may be some questions for you. That does complete presentations of our speakers. So questions of our speakers. Oh, Councillor Tang?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, great presentation and really important work. Also, I'm very happy to see that your the report definitely demonstrates a good understanding of the importance of income-based food insecurity. So I think I have some questions for you, but also some for Jessica. Or maybe that's where I'll start with. And thank you for that work, that report as well. I haven't seen it, so if there's a way to share that with the council, that would be great. But I've been following the good work you've been doing around food throughout the pandemic and beyond. I'm curious what you said about you recommend a food strategy at all levels of government. What are your thoughts on Edmonton's urban food strategy, Fresh?
You'll have to apologize. I'll have to apologize ahead of time because I was asked to speak very last minute, and so I may not be as well prepared to answer questions as possible. But we do believe that there needs to be work done on the urban food strategy. I know there are some gains that are happening in that area, such as the garden plots on the side of the cities and backyard chicken coops, but we do believe that there needs to be more work done in that area to increase accessibility and affordability and access to nutritious food.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think we're one of the few jurisdictions in Canada that has something like this, but challenge has always been resourcing. And I'll probably be having some questions for administration on that. And then for the Youth Council, I'm wondering how much interactions do you have with Edmonton's Food Council on this particular report? You know, I'm very impressed by the way that you have worked with other advisory councils on other reports, and I was curious how much interaction you've had with on this particular topic.
We had no interaction with Edmonton Food Council.
Okay.
And we did not interview them as one of the organizations. But we did look at their reports and findings when we were talking to administration, but we don't have a relationship with them right now.
Yeah. That's too bad. I think there's a lot of great expertise there as well, including some of the names that organizations you mentioned. I was also curious about youth-led food waste initiatives. You know, I think one of the things that came to mind for me is, you know, school communities and opportunities through, you know, our education system. At one point a long time ago, the government had a Alberta Healthy School Community Wellness Grant where a lot of those kinds of initiatives were happening. It's no longer happening now, but I'm also curious, and maybe this is a question for administration, about how do we coordinate with, you know, some of these other levels of government? And I don't know if the Youth Council has done some of that work in that process, or is it more focused on grassroots?
We're more focused on grassroots and targeting local youth organizations and specifically school clubs initiatives.
I believe in the implementation options, administration wrote that they won't be pursuing that recommendation specifically about schools. But since this project will be continuing on Youth Council further, I think we can maybe redirect that specific recommendation to school board trustees.
Yeah, and probably the provincial government education. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and you know, I see, you know, with this report, and then there's another report that's still to come around urban food. I'm very interested in this conversation around fresh, so I'll probably come back with more questions for administration. But thank you so much for taking time out and coming and sharing your feedback.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi?
Thank you. Just a quick thank you to the Youth Council for all the work that you have been doing on this, and hopefully you'll remain engaged as some of these recommendations are implemented, and those that are remaining to be implemented, continue to look forward to your work on that. So really appreciate that. That's all.
So taking the chair, it is my turn to speak, but I have questions for administration. So I return the chair to Councillor Cartmel.
No further questions of our guests? No? Very good then. Thank you very much for your presentations and for sharing your thoughts with us. We'll now move to questions of administration. And we'll start with you, Councillor Jans. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I was wondering if the administration could elaborate a little bit further on, so the Youth Council's pulled together this work. They have a number of really insightful recommendations here. Is this a cost barrier, a capacity barrier, a prioritization barrier, and is this a yes but not now, or could you just help me understand a little more as a new councillor to this process, you know, where this lived beforehand and where it is now?
I'd say from the report that administration continues to advance the work that's underway in Fresh with input from groups like the Youth Council, and I think the attachment outlines a number of things that we have underway based on their recommendations.
So one of the requests from Youth Council is that there continues to be a dialogue here, and if I may say, there is a large appetite from the Youth Council to continue on this work. And is that something administration would be open to?
We've identified in the report that there's a number of things that we have underway, and we'll continue to work with the Youth Council on, for sure, within our existing resources.
I'm aware administration does. Oh, sorry. Do you want to elaborate too? No. Just wondering as well too where how we could parlay this conversation into some of the work around our BIAs and the chamber and other business partners, the airport, others in the region where we have other corporate partners who may be interested in doing this too. I know the U of A is essentially a small city on its own, and there's massive food challenges around the university, and just wondering how we can scaffold this work. If it's not going to live in the city in the short term, where else can we help channel the energy from the youth council?
Are you suggesting, or you're looking for administration's recommendation on what, or advice on which group the youth council could work with within the city of Edmonton, or within Edmonton?
Maybe I'll phrase it this way. So we get the report, there's recommendations, and admin is saying, we received the recommendations, but we're recommending not to move on them at this time. Is that a fair reading here?
So we've taken a look at the report recommendations, and most of the report recommendations we're actually already actioning under other initiatives, or there's other agencies that are filling in that gap. There's only 3 recommendations that the city or that administration is not able to action at this time, simply because we either need the direction from council to do so, or we don't have the resources to undertake those items at this time. So large in part, the recommendations in the youth council report are already being acted upon.
Okay. Then I hear that as very positive validation that we are on the right track and the next generation thinks so. And we'll have to continue the rest of the dialogue as we get to fall budget and everything else. So no further questions for admin, but when the time comes, I do have a subsequent motion on behalf of the youth council.
Okay, I don't see any further. Okay, Mayor Sohi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was quite surprised and to see how much food gets wasted. And I know that one of the recommendations is to continue to engage households and businesses. Any further comments on that? Like what has been working so far to kind of reduce that waste? In light of increasing inflationary pressures now on households and businesses, how do we ramp it up that we link that into that economic sustainability at the same time, food sustainability?
So it's at this point in time, in terms of how it's being addressed, it's a multi-pronged approach. There is a role that the City of Edmonton is playing with waste services and information to city households. Businesses are also more informed of the system and the things that they can do to make changes. And there's a series of agencies and groups that are also having a role to play. When we did a qualitative analysis of what really motivates people to reduce their food waste, the number one item is cost. And so it's a double-edged sword in terms of, we don't want food costs to go up because that creates other issues, but it is a motivating factor. This is, I will say, in doing the report, has been an evolving ecosystem around food waste and understanding and a cultural response to people and businesses' motivation to reducing waste. And it's an environment that's continuously changing. Even since the report was written, we've seen apps come on site where businesses can actually connect their food surplus to agencies that have food needs. So it's something that is evolving, and there are things that are constantly entering the ecosystem that can make a difference in addressing the gap.
And I understand you also convened a group of stakeholders and community organizations during the pandemic, and you're planning to do that in the future as well, right?
Mr. Mayor, we can look into that, to convening this group again that we convened previously in this space, for sure. If that's, I'm not sure if we've convened them right now, but we can look into that after today's committee meeting.
Also, during pandemic, that was the last time that that groups came together, right?
I can speak to that. So I believe you're speaking to the committee that
the coordination of food resource committee. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So our team of social workers convened that, as the bulk of the funding that was being released at the beginning of the pandemic was in regards to food security. So we convened groups to assist with that coordination. And then as Jessica spoke to, a committee was then continued on in terms of supporting food hampers and delivery in terms of the COVID-19 response. But we are in the process recognizing that inflation has increased now, and with the numbers that were released from the food bank in terms of who was accessing hampers, that this is continuing an ongoing need, and with the report from John Humphreys as well. So we are working on re-engaging those groups and are hoping to meet in September.
Okay, got it. On following up on Councillor Tang's question around Fresh, and it's been 10 years, right, since that strategy was put together, even though it's been integrated into some of your other work you're doing. Do you think it's time to update it, or is it needed to be updated? Because I haven't seen any report coming to new council on Fresh, unless I missed it.
It isn't in our near-term work plan to update it because we still have a number of the actions underway and we're still advancing the work.
Okay.
But if
And are you planning to do that on your own, or you need a direction, or?
At this point, we don't need direction because we're not planning on updating it, Mr. Mayor, but we will continue to evaluate Fresh and determine the right timing for its update. We don't think it's in the near term.
Okay. And my last question is related to equity issues related to food insecurity, because a lot of, I would say, the awareness or access to resources is not even or equal among different organizations and different groups and equity-seeking groups. And we work very closely with community leagues to having coordinators working with community leagues. Are we looking at some sort of form of support available for community organizations through the city resources to increase their awareness and also understand the unique needs of various diverse communities?
We aren't at this time in urban planning and economy. However, community services may be. I'm not certain if someone's on the line to answer that question or someone in the room.
Yeah, I can speak to that as well. So we have a small group of community social workers that are in about 10 communities across the city. So in the neighborhoods that we are connected to, food security has definitely been an issue that comes up quite regularly. So we do the best that we can in order to connect with organizations that are that both operate kind of across the city as well as within the communities to make those connections. But certainly we're seeing an increased need for this work and support of it.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Oh, sorry.
It's okay, thank you. I think I just want to clarify, I'm looking at the attachment 3 policy direction. So if I look at the city plan and Fresh, they're both under your area, Ms. McCabe.
That's correct.
And is Fresh currently under the economic development?
It is,
Okay.
yes.
And the future of waste is out of city operations. And this group that Ms. McDaniel was talking about is out of social development because of food insecurity. And I guess, is there an internal coordination on all these fronts?
There is, and sorry if it came across that it wasn't when I directed the question to community services. That was me not knowing the information, but this is typical with any strategy development document across the organization. It gets developed in most of the time in urban planning and economy, and then the accountability for delivering on that strategy is across the organization, and there's cross accountability on the city plan, on the economic action plan, on our climate resilience plans, and on Fresh as well. And so a lot of times that's coordinated through our service improvement and performance branch over in financial and corporate services, and sometimes it's coordinated out of our department as well.
Right. Yeah, and I guess just I think to Mr. Mayor's question earlier about progress required or, et cetera, to my understanding, Fresh doesn't actually have that kind of structure where there's an annual report that comes back. Am I correct in that? Or even the Food Council, like it's not an advisory council that reports to City Council?
You are correct in terms of there's not an annual report that comes forward on Fresh, but if there was anything that was a major gap and or a need for the policy to be refreshed, administration would proactively bring that forward to council for direction.
Okay. Yeah, I guess my concern just that, without I find food sometimes, does fall off, and I have to remind myself that actually City does have an urban food strategy, and I actually don't know where things are at with it all the time. And I appreciate that question about progress report, and because I am curious where things are at. Is the Food Council even active? And so just a lot of these questions, and I know you're contemplating something that, but we. Not in this moment, but I mean, I think this is an area of interest, and I'm not sure how to go about it, but I do want to express that, and yeah, and I guess my second portion of my question has to do with clearly food cuts across so many jurisdictions, and that was mentioned earlier. I guess within municipal control and influence. That role of connecting, convening stakeholders is really important. What kind of role do we play in advocacy? Should we step it up? Just curious about your thoughts.
Thank you, Councillor. There's a couple of things that the City of Edmonton does have a role to play in this space. The first is under the city plan, under the value of live. So it's an intention to ensure affordable housing and local food options to support social equity, meet the needs of all Edmontonians. So we have that right included in city plan. So it's top of mind and something that we are continuously looking at. Another area that we are focused on is with End Poverty Edmonton. So mentioned briefly earlier in the conversation, this is a city partnership, and End Poverty Edmonton supports income security work through its livable income and inclusive economy work. So we're regularly working with this group in particular on some of the issues that you've heard and what we can do at a municipal level. As you've heard, food insecurity is a complex challenge and has a direct link to income security, as you'd mentioned previously. While mainstream resources such as Edmonton's Food Bank are valuable, they don't replace the need for policies that address income security, which are necessary for a long-term solution. This really has fallen primarily into other higher orders of government, and so we regularly work to advocate to those other levels on the issues that not only those of us in UPE, but other areas of administration come across related to food security.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. Although my understanding with the EPE component is that there are systems conveners, kind of also gets at my convening role that I was talking about. Appreciate those comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I think next we have Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Yes, and thank you very much for the report. I think similar to some of the conversations that came up in the last item around providing, I think it was Ms. Kinsella mentioned, just the need for coordination between the different food agencies. And I know the partners at C5 mentioned just that really critical role that a coordinator plays, that it's sort of a funded position, so it's not just off the side of people's desks as they're trying to do their core work. Just wondering if the city has explored a position like that, if that would be community-based or city-based, just something starting to look at that.
I'm not sure if we've explored it in the past. We do have about a half position dedicated to this work as it is right now. So at this point, we do see that as adequate for carrying out the pace of the work that we're doing, but we'd look to council if they thought there was a different direction there.
Yeah, and I think that's just some further thought that I'm starting that's in my mind now, just around how we catalyze some of that coordination within the sector more broadly, and recognizing there's a lot of focus on food security right now. And then just further to that idea of sort of integration, just wanted to confirm as well, so item 7.5 where we're talking about urban farms, was there also that linkage with food security groups and opportunities there?
Absolutely. How we coordinated between the two is having a line of sight to each of the reports coming forward to make sure they were aligned and are aligned and coordinated. And we'll continue to do that with these two particular issues as they are very interrelated.
Absolutely. And was there interest? I mean, I feel like groups that are maybe focused on food hampers maybe don't have that agricultural expertise. how are we making those connections, or do those connections already exist?
Those connections, as far as I don't exist in a formal fashion, and I'm not sure if they exist even informally at this point. But I can see the connection you're making there.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's great. I think the fact that these are coming on the same day clearly speaks to administration having seen that connection, and I think just anything we can do to strengthen that, I think could be really powerful as well. It was also mentioned in attachment 2, just around the potential of using city facilities to help facilitate food distribution. So I think at rec centers, libraries, things like that. I just wanted to clarify, because I think that was sort of not recommended for further work, but was just curious what might be happening in that space. That seems like a good sort of low cost way to support some of this work that's happening.
So what we do know is Community and Rec Facilities is open to exploring and piloting pop-up food distribution hubs at select city rec centers. This information has been shared via the Edmonton Food Council with select stakeholders committed to tackling food insecurity. Prior to closing down, Grassroots operated markets and rec centers in partnership with the community social work team. So there is a little bit of precedent for these types of partnerships in the past.
Okay, great. That's wonderful to hear that's happening, and hopefully we'll, if that sort of pilot pop-ups, if it looks like it's a more permanent installation or process, excited to hear about that and provide any direction needed. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I think next we have Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, Ms. McCabe, I find it hard to believe that you didn't know the answer to something. That was kind of a shock. But moving on, to follow up, yeah, so this whole conversation is kind of like deja vu, right? This is something that was a big concern that we were tackling pre-pandemic. And Ms. Lalibert, you mentioned Grassroots. And so that was actually humming along really well. And for my colleagues who don't know, we had it popping up at rec centers. We actually had trucks like at senior centers and things like that. And it was a way for people to purchase food at a very discounted rate. So did I hear you correctly in you saying that that partnership may be coming back?
I'm not sure if specifically the Grassroots partnerships is exactly how it was envisioned as coming back, but the Community and Rec Facilities is looking at exploring and piloting pop-up food distribution hubs at rec centers. So whether that's going to exactly be the exact model Grassroots had used, that's yet to be explored, but looking at doing something in this space so that we can look at exploring how we can fill in what was there previously.
Okay, yeah, so that makes sense. So we're not tied to any particular purveyor, but the concept we want to keep alive and to actually grow, no pun intended, now that people are out and about a little bit more and our rec centers are open and things like that, because that was a real blow to folks. So yeah, that's sort of what we're looking at.
That's correct.
Okay. Because yeah, we've got all these things on the go. We've got the community gardens, which seems to be a success. We're working on community orchards, as far as I know. We've got the city farms, which I don't think we talked about yet today. And maybe you want to expand on that, just so that people know what's going on there.
Yeah, the City of Edmonton has a farm where we grow a number of fruits and vegetables, and we donate a lot of those. I don't know if we have fruits, actually, vegetables for sure, that we donate to the food bank. And the executive leadership team actually goes out once a year and harvests out there, which is a lot of fun.
Yeah, tomatoes are a fruit. But at any rate, yeah, who knows? A weird one. But so we've got a number of things going on, and yet we still haven't really tackled food waste per se, because that's really hard to define, as we heard today. And so I'm just wondering how we would go about that.
I would actually say that we have done some work in food waste. The bin system actually is a direct indication of how much food gets thrown out in an Edmontonian's home in your small green bin. So that, is one symbol of your food waste every single day. So I do think there are things that are underway in terms of food waste, and if there is a desire for you, council or committee, for us to accelerate or explore that more, I think we'd need some direction there.
Oh, that's excellent. Yeah, no, that's a very good point. Geez, I remember, I'm not even going to mention it. It makes me sound very old. Okay, so going forward, I mean, we've got inflation. We've got people getting really pinched in a lot of different areas, utility rates, everything. There's less money to put food on the table. So this is not purely a municipal responsibility. Are we partnering with provincial and federal governments in order to tackle this growing issue?
At this point, we don't have any formal partnerships, Councillor Paquette, but it's absolutely something that's on our radar here at the city in terms of potential advocacy efforts that we would advance to council through our intergovernmental updates. Because you're right, the landscape is changing right before our eyes right now with rising inflation, and we need to be very much aware of that, of the impact on Edmontonians.
Yeah. Okay, so I don't know, do we need any? Is that something that is just going to be done organically? Again, no pun intended. Are we just going to be working on this?
Yes, organically. Administration will advance advocacy priorities to council through any intergovernmental update if there is advocacy that's required on this file.
Okay, yeah, that would be great to get, like maybe a memo update or something as we go along. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, and thank you very much for the report and for the ongoing good work. Yeah, so just I think a brief question around food waste and some of the opportunities for donations. So I understand that there are kind of food rescue type organizations that exist out there that take food that would otherwise be wasted as donations. And I think it was even mentioned that there's some apps out there and different platforms that facilitate that. So I'm just wondering, what is the role of the city in helping establish some of those pathways? Is there a role for the city for the diversion and donation side of things?
Right now, we've been playing more of an informal role in terms of making those connection points for where we are coming across different stakeholders that are raising concerns and where there are opportunities where others are currently operating. So right now, it's more of a facilitative role, but it's informal. I would say to take more of an active role, that's where we need some direction from council.
And we do have some, through that informal role, a waste reduction network that's been established through waste services. And that's open to representatives of businesses, organizations, and institutions that work across the organization or work across Edmonton to reduce food waste. So I would say that there is definitely a network that's working on this within Edmonton.
Perfect. Yeah, that was going to be my next question, was around the launch of that network and if that could be a place for those types of connections to firm up and for people to find organizations who are looking for donations, others who are trying to reduce their waste. So that's it. Really excited by all of this work and looking forward to following it as it moves forward.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi?
Yeah, just quickly want to confirm that you heard a lot of interest in the fresh, right? So, but you don't need any direction at this time to provide any, give you direction to update. You'll do that work as part of your regular process, right? Or
there's no way we could do the work as part of our regular processes. What I was suggesting was that when we see that fresh needs to be updated, we would advance that to council and ask for the associated funding. However, if it's the desire of committee for us to embark on refreshing fresh earlier, I would suggest that we would look for some direction from committee on that and bring it forward in the next budget cycle.
Oh, I see. Okay. Recognizing how challenging budget process is going to be, I'm just kind of thinking about, I was more thinking about maybe an update through a memo on some of the work that's
absolutely. We can take that. Yes, we can take a first We can give you an update and a memo of.
Yeah, if you could provide
No
some
problem,
initial
yes.
initial update, right, through a memo, then we can think about it, whether where we want to go with that. And same with the this is to the social development folks about reconvening the Edmonton Community Coordination for Food Resource Committee, just keeping us in the loop how things are going. Maybe that could be provided through a memo as well, right? So
We could bring that forward as one memo and
yeah.
update.
That's all. Good. Then we can think about the next steps. Okay, good. That's all I needed clarity, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you need a motion for a memo? No?
We don't need a motion for that, no.
Okay, thank you. I see nobody else on the list. Oh, yes? Councillor Jams.
Thank you. On behalf of the City of Edmonton Youth Council, I was hoping to put forward a motion. May I do so?
Yep.
Okay, so that I move that administration provide an annual update to the City of Edmonton's Youth Council on the City of Edmonton's activities related to the recommendations in the City of Edmonton Youth Council's Food Waste and Insecurity Report. So by way of introduction, this was requested. It's kind of, I mean, to some effect, it has the same effect as receiving it for information, but I think it is important because it does flag that this is an area that will continue to be a focus for the Youth Council, that there's continued energy here. And as you know, when they're turning over new members and different members join the council, this provides a sense of continuity. So the request from the council was that there would be a, this would keep the chain going, and this would help formalize that they would like this to be an annual topic and a chance for administration to come specifically on this matter. They didn't want to see it just dropped after all of the considerable work that has gone into this and the creation. So I'll put that forward on their behalf.
Thank you. So maybe Ms. McCabe, just in very broad terms, when we have advisory boards that bring items forward and items of interest, the Youth Council, Transit Advisory Board, those kinds of things, is it understood that there's a dialogue that goes back and forth between administration and those groups?
Absolutely. That's part of being a relationship-based city, that we'd go back and say, here's the discussion that happened at committee and council, here's the direction we received, here's the path we're going forward on.
And that's not cast in policy or you know, in some sort of formal, rigorous way. That's just the automatic work of administration, generally speaking, yes?
It's just good practice, yes.
Yeah. I'm not sure that this is out of order, but I am a little apprehensive about having administration essentially be beholden to report to an external body. So maybe I'll go to some others on questions. Well, let's just wait. I'll go to Councillor Tang first, and then we'll see.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the intent of the motion, but I feel like this kind of gets back at my earlier question. We have a food council with tremendous, expertise there on this particular topic and broader. They're not required to bring forward annual reports, but in this case, this is asking for an annual update. So I'm like, I don't know if the redundancy is the right word, but jurisdictional, I don't even know if that's what I'm thinking, but I feel like there's a disconnect. So I don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
If that's a question for administration, do I see a disconnect here? Yes. I would also say that there is a slight disconnect here, and I will commit that we would do this without the motion, but obviously the will of committee is the direction we would follow.
Yeah. Anything more, Councillor Tang?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Councillor Ray, anything?
So I just follow up on this. So it's best practice, I think, for that relationship building that you do connect back after committee meetings and that. But I think maybe what this motion is getting back is if there isn't a committee meeting or something that they've presented at, just a more regular reporting back, or is it something that the committee themselves can request on an annual basis, just for updates, rather than directing city administration to do something?
Councillor Wright, Perhaps someone from the clerks will have to weigh in here. Are you suggesting council could ask, or
No, like the youth council, can they come forward and ask on an annual basis for updates?
are you saying from administration, or?
Yes.
We meet with them on a regular basis, so we get updates from them about, and if you're asking, do those updates advance to council or committee, that's from a governance perspective that I just would need some help with clerks about what the mechanism is for that.
Okay, it's not so much, because I thought I heard you say that, like, you would report back to them after, if something came up at committee.
Absolutely, we meet with them on a regular basis, yes.
Okay.
Absolutely, yes.
They ask questions, you give them answers.
Yes. I know members of administration meet with the advisory committees on a regular basis, like every monthly. I remember going to the Edmonton Transit Committee monthly when I was in a different role at a different time. So absolutely, we want to know, as administration, we want to know what's on top of their minds, because those advisory committees provide us with great intel on perhaps where council's going to sit, but also they help us learn about the things that are on top of Edmontonians' minds. And so we want to be meeting with them to see where they're at as well, and to share our direction and to share what we're working on.
So, and we can't ask questions back at the youth council as to their
Not now.
rationale as for
Not at
requesting
moment,
this?
But you can go find them.
I could ask Councillor Jans, did they provide you any sort of rationale for this type of motion?
It's to the mover, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, yes, yeah, I think it was the rationale was wanting to just see this continue, and I think hearing the commitment from the youth council, hearing commitment from administration, knowing that Councillor Salvador and I are both going to be at the meetings, and we've heard the raucous feedback from council about this, that we can certainly, when it's my turn, I would move to withdraw it and move receipt of information.
Okay, that's all I have, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Jens then.
I move to withdraw the motion and move receipt of information.
Very good. Any further comments, questions, concerns? Bones to pick? Nits to knit? No? Very good. Call the vote then on receipt of information.
We have 5 votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Thanks very much for your presentation and for your commentary and input to administration and to the youth council representatives today. Very much appreciate this. Clearly this is top of mind and will continue to be a dialogue. That takes us to item 7.4, elimination of cosmetic pesticides. We'll ask don't have to ask, the administration delegation is already here and has a presentation. Good afternoon, Mr. Sebrick.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairperson, committee members, members of council. This afternoon we have a presentation in response to inquiry. In April, at the direction of council, administration began to work investigating the elimination of cosmetic pesticide use in both public and private property. With me this afternoon is Craig McEwen, our branch manager of Parks and Road Services, as well as Mark Beer, our director of infrastructure operations. We also have other members of the team from our open space operations area, as well as our pest management group. I'll ask Mark now to walk you through the presentation in terms of detailing the approach for the elimination or potential elimination of cosmetic pesticides, and following hearing from the speakers, we'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Gord. Good afternoon, committee members. The City of Edmonton has been on a journey to become more ecologically focused in its planning and care of parks and open space. Through actions and programs such as naturalization, integrated pest management, and recent shifts to include additional biological pest control measures, administration is adjusting operations to increase focus on preservation and celebration of the natural plant and animal species found in our region. The City of Edmonton currently controls pests on public lands using the Integrated Pest Management Policy. At a high level, this means that preventative methods and long-term management of pests are prioritized over reactive measures. The city judiciously applies pesticides, and each application is strictly tracked and recorded in our system. All city staff and contractors are certified applicators, meaning that each person is required to be provincially certified before applying pesticides. This report is focused on outlining the steps required for a potential elimination of cosmetic pesticide use on public and private properties. It's important to note that this report is only focused on the outdoor use of cosmetic pesticides and will preclude exploration of inside uses. A two-phased approach has been developed to investigate the requirements for a ban on the cosmetic use of pesticides. This planned approach would include examination of regulations and policies, community outreach, potential new and/or changes to existing bylaws, public education, and determining operational and enforcement resources needed to support program implementation and promote compliance. The report provided and this presentation includes a preliminary cost estimate associated with this two-phase approach. Direction from committee is required if work is to move forward on this project. Okay, next slide. So before discussing the approach, it's important to outline that the management of pesticides is intertwined between three levels of government, which adds complexity and highlights the importance of operating within jurisdictional bounds. Federal responsibilities include the evaluation and registration of pesticides. The federal evaluation includes environmental impacts, safety, and efficacy of all products and how they could be used. The provincial responsibilities are regulations for the sale, storage, and disposal of pesticides. As a municipality, our jurisdiction is the application only, meaning the when and the where aspects. The City of Edmonton Charter 2018 regulation and the Municipal Government Act would permit the city to pass a bylaw to ban the use of cosmetic pesticides. Administration would like to highlight that the municipal ban would exclusively manage the application use of pesticides. The ban will still allow for the sale of pesticides as sales are provincially governed. This report outlines that the regulations would apply to both public as well as private spaces. Currently, there is already a council-approved cosmetic herbicide restriction in place that limits the use of herbicides within city on public land. Additionally, all herbicide use must meet environmental protection legislation and application regulations and procedures established by the provincial and federal governments. If directed by committee, further investigation will be conducted into a full jurisdictional scan looking at other municipalities and how their local regulations are implemented. Next slide. Administration is suggesting a two-phased approach is taken, which will allow pertinent information to be collected in organizational planning before implementation occurs, which includes bylaw drafting. This is a necessary risk mitigation measure that's required for such a complex ban with widespread impact. Phase 1 will center on scoping and analysis, which includes a jurisdictional scan, technical literature review, formalizing the definition and scope of cosmetic, and initial public engagement. The work for Phase 1 will inform a focused direction and plan for Phase 2. Inputs from these reviews, research, and consultation will provide the feedback necessary to inform and prioritize the outcomes of the project. Now for Phase 2, this will center on the strategic planning, which includes departmental overview, operations review, legal review, GBA plus analysis, and bylaw enforcement review. The difference between the phases is primarily that Phase 1 is focused on information collection and analysis of best practices, so the what, whereas Phase 2 is focused on the operational assignment, the who, and legal nuances for a ban, this is the how. This strategic planning looks to ensure that the program is deliberate in the regulations that could be implemented. A broad ban has risks and unintended consequences, such as impacts to our ongoing naturalization program and natural areas being overrun by regulated weeds, or by introducing challenges to businesses and industry focused on agriculture and gardening. The total duration of this project could take slightly over 12 months, with some overlap between Phase 1 and Phase 2. As the management of pesticides is a complex issue, care will need to be taken in crafting all clauses that could be included in a cosmetic pesticide ban. So in closing, I want to highlight that a potential ban requires more work in multiple phases before it can be drafted. Since municipalities can only regulate the use of pesticide and not the sale, a ban would focus on the acceptable use of pesticides on all lands within city boundaries and would require a bylaw to be passed in order to ban the use of cosmetic pesticides. The drafting of a ban must consider complexities associated with the impacts on residents, on business and industry, the environment, as well as changes to municipal legislation, operations management, and enforcement. Administration will need direction from committee if work on this plan is to proceed, including bringing forward an unfunded service package as part of the 2023-2026 budget deliberations. Thank you, and we're happy to take any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We'll now move to hearing from our speakers. We have 16 speakers registered, a mix of in-person and remote. So we're going to have at least 2 panels here. So I'm going to go just down the list until we fill up the chairs in council, or pardon me, in the committee room here. So in chair number 1, Danon Kapler. Speaker number 2 is Gavin Dawson, who's remote. Is Gavin with us?
Yeah, I'm here today.
Very good, thank you. You'll be number 2. Kyle Schramm, in person, seat number 2. Jason Pick, who I understand is remote. Is Jason with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Joel Beatson, who is remote.
I'm
Joel?
with you.
I think I see you, Joel, but I can't quite hear you.
I'm with you. Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, you'll need to get a little closer to your mic when it's your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lori Height, who's in person. Alexia Wagner. Alexia, very good. Dave Montgomery. Is Dave here? Okay, that takes us to our first 8, and that nicely fills out our chairs in the committee room. So we'll have that be our first panel, and then the remaining 8 will be our second panel. So thank you all for attending today, and thank you for your patience as we've worked through our agenda today. As I've mentioned to other groups, you have 5 minutes each to speak. I'm going to be pretty strict about that because we have lots of speakers. For those of you online, please watch the timer, the purple font timer on the display on the Meet video. And for those in the committee room today, green light is the first 4 minutes, yellow light's your 5th minute, and red light means your 5 minutes are up. Please stop. We'll go have all 8 of you make your presentations, and then councillors will be able to ask any and all of you questions in turn. So we ask you that you remain in the meet until at least the panel is done. And of course, we'll repeat the process for the second panel. Thank you very much again. Mr. Kapler, you're first. Please proceed. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I didn't expect to, but I get to go first, so that's a privilege. My name is Danon Kapler. Edmonton is home for me, my wife, and my 2 young children. I want to share that my family and I love the city, our diverse community, and especially our summers, as short as they are. I love the summers so much that I started working at True Green 15 years ago while I was going to school, and it ended up turning into a full career. Now I get to work with a local team of up to 100 employees that help home and business owners enjoy the summer as much as we do. I urge you to table this ban. I believe that there are so many more deserving topics for our city's resources. As well-intentioned as it may be, banning these traditional pest control products only makes the lives of the majority more difficult, takes the products out of the hands of the professionals, puts them into the hands of untrained homeowners. It greatly increases the city's costs to try to enforce this bylaw and makes it harder for homeowners to take pride in their own property. This city belongs to the people, and I believe that you should listen to them. With that being said, I'm not coming to you as just one homeowner. I'm speaking to you on behalf of 854 proud but concerned Edmonton families who took the time on Friday afternoon to fill out an email survey that we sent out to a partial universe of our customers. This is what we received after less than 24 hours of the survey, on a very small sample size of only 7,000. As more people are made aware of the situation, I am confident that you will see that the vast majority of families in Edmonton are opposed to this ban. Speaking about the specifics of the survey, these homeowners were given the option of some checkboxes to share their thoughts of the ban. They were also given the opportunity for a comment section at the end. And not only did they provide their feedback, but they also left their name, their address, and specifically named their counselor. Of these boxes, the 3 highest checked off boxes, so 812 out of the 854 homeowners, so 95.1%, believe that a well-maintained property is good for my community and do not want their property value to decline. 90.8% checked off that they do not want a small but vocal activist group to speak for them, and in quotes, follow the science in your decision, please, council. 90.6% checked off the box stating that they did not want the City of Edmonton to waste any tax dollars on a ban. A similar ban is unenforceable and ineffective, as demonstrated by other provinces who are in various stages of reversing their bans. And even more telling are the comments that these homeowners left, requesting that we share it with council. Here are just a few. I apologize for their passion. Council should have bigger priorities to deal with, such as snow removal, poor roads, unemployment, inflation, attracting investment, from Trevor. Lori says, the City of Edmonton has a big weed problem. The councillors should be embarrassed. I thought the city couldn't look any worse than it already does. This ban cannot go through. Larry says, I thought we lived in a democracy. Alan, City Council, stay in your lane. Maintain roads, sidewalks, sewers, parks, and other infrastructure. Take care of your own property, parks, and stay out of mine. Nancy, our outdoor seasons are so short. It is so nice to have a beautiful yard to enjoy. We have already lost the war on mosquitoes because of City Council's decision to no longer aerial spray. And Judy says, City Council are making some pretty dumb decisions, which I think will reflect on them in the next election. So John, Council, please stick to infrastructure and criminal issues. This is not your responsibility. And Lisa says, this is ridiculous that the city would spend our tax money on something like this, where there are so many other things they could be spending our money on. We pay our own taxes, and the city should not have a say of how we take care of our lawn. So it kind of goes on and on and on, but I hope you get the point. So in closing, I feel like the world is changing rather rapidly, and conflicts are becoming more and more confrontational and personal. There seems to be so much separation in beliefs and morals, and it seems like it is all because we want others to believe that our opinion is the best, and personal choice is under attack. Currently, a small group of individuals are forcing this view on others. They are saying that their opinion is more important than the majority of Edmontonians, and that their opinion is more important than the science and research that is done by Health Canada. Please prove that we're better than that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Gavin Dawson remotely, followed by Kyle Schramm in person.
Okay, great. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the committee for providing me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Gavin Dawson. I'm the technical manager for True Green. You just heard from our Edmonton general manager, Danon Kapler. True Green provides lawn and landscape care services in the city of Edmonton. I provide technical support for our branches in Ontario, Quebec, and Alberta. I'm certainly opposed to the elimination of pest control products in the city of Edmonton. I wanted to speak to you today to inform you of the Ontario reality of a pest control product ban. Since Ontario's provincial ban was enacted in 2009, product use shifted from the trained government licensed professional to the do-it-yourself homeowner, and it created an underground market. In Ontario, the ability for homeowners to purchase retail pest control products, didn't prevent this shift. Cross-border shopping, internet sales, underground market sales, all became commonplace, and they continued to thrive today. Ontario is a proof positive that even when the retail sale of pest control products isn't available to the homeowner, this kind of prohibition doesn't work. A municipal ban in the city of Edmonton would most assuredly simply shift use from the professional to the homeowner. Edmonton homeowners would not need to shop online, cross-border shop, or do anything other than go down the street to the local store and purchase products. They would do this instead of hiring a professional. Notwithstanding the fact that these pest control products have been reviewed and registered by Health Canada, if the proposed City of Edmonton ban is being motivated by a concern for health and safety, its result will be counterintuitive. It will force product purchase, product use, product storage, and handling from the trained government licensed professional to the untrained homeowner. That's the reality we see in Ontario today. It's the reality we see in Quebec as well. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next we have Kyle Schramm, followed by Jason Pick. Just turn your mic on, please, sir. Thank you.
If I talk loudly, you would have heard me anyway, but thank you for the time to speak today. I'm here to share my experiences and knowledge from being in the landscape land care industry for about 20 years. I do have some concerns with the proposed elimination of cosmetic pesticides as a homeowner in the city and a business operator. Obviously, my first concern would be the livelihood of myself and my peers. This would decimate our business, as we have seen in Manitoba and Ontario. Recovery of it takes a long, long time, as it does to the city, the quality of the city green spaces. The environment, at the end of the day, for the city, it's all done for the environmental side and on the citizen side of things, but it's not making a big change for them. Secondly would be the danger to the environment, including the waterways and green spaces. I've seen firsthand the results of these bans in other cities and provinces. Homeowners will do whatever it takes to keep a beautiful green space. With little knowledge or experience, they will acquire those chemicals from the acreage owners or farmers. All you need is a ID that shows that you are an acreage owner, and you can go to UFA and you can purchase the products that you guys are discussing to potentially ban. So it's not going to stop the products from being used in your city, unfortunately. Citizens will even go as far as going across provincial borders or country borders for that state in Ontario to purchase these products. There's very little enforcement. No one's at the border going to stop and be asking to look for par 3, unfortunately. Our neighbor next door, Saskatchewan, they don't have any ban on these products, even domestically. You can just go and buy them off the shelf. So you're not going to be able to stop them from coming in here, especially at a city level. They're going to come in from other towns and other cities, other provinces. They're going to get drug in here and they're going to get used. They're going to get used by homeowners that have no idea what they're doing with them, no experience, no knowledge, and they're going to put those products down. One of the #1 things that they think, and I still see customers do to this day, let's do it now before the rain comes or just before the rainstorm. What happens? It runs right into the manhole, right into our waterways. So at the end of the day, the impact that you're going to have on the environment far outweighs the benefits that you're going to have to the environment by stopping those bans. Another concern is storage. Folks store these products in their garages and sheds, unlabeled. Who knows the mixture that they mix, 10%, 1%, endangers young children, pets, exposes them to concentrated products. This would be mitigated if they were forced to hire professional licensed applicators like they currently are. My next concern is the cost of city in both beauty and dollars. I've lived in Edmonton and area my entire life. We have a beautiful city, and I would hate to see that go the other direction. I've seen Winnipeg. We operate a business as Green Drop in Winnipeg, and I have seen the city go downhill. And I'm not talking about the potholes. I'm talking about all the green spaces that we're seeing there. It's sad. They've dwindled away in Manitoba and Ontario. They've started to relook these choices, as previously mentioned. They're reviewing changes for the upcoming year, next year, to see if they can bring some of these back. The biggest thing that I seen was that they put in a special use approval licenses for thresholds. We can only have so many weeds in these thresholds, and then we will spray this city area or allow people to spray these soccer fields. Those have been changing. It started with 15, 20 weeds. Now they're down to 3 to 5 weeds within a square foot area. So it's dwindling away. And at the end of the day, it proves that the bans were not effective or useful. The cost to service green spaces without pesticides or herbicides is both high in supplies and labor. Best plan to assist the city, citizens in the city would be to ban the products domestically, which you guys don't have the ability to do. That's at the provincial level. So I say we push hard on the provincial level to ban those products from being on the countertops. I still see people buying diluted Weed X and all that stuff and using it incorrectly in their lawn. And I'm sure in your guys' neighborhoods you have a few that have completely killed lawns, or zigzags through their lawn where they've hooked it up to the hose and sprayed it. That's the stuff that needs to stop. That's misuse. That's going to get, same with fertilizer. I'm passionate about fertilizer being taken off the shelves as well, because it's just getting put on and it's ruining our waterways. At the end of the day, if you had to hire a professional to use those products, we're not going to put it down before the rain. If it's going to rain that day or be windy, we're not going to misuse those products. So my push would be on the provincial level to make those changes, not on a city level. I'm in the green industry because I'm passionate about it. I'm an active permaculturalist. I'm a beekeeper. I have a medium-sized orchard and tree farm just outside the city. I'm experimenting with all different kinds of growing techniques and trying to minimize the use of pesticides, herbicides, and fertilizers, doing it in many different natural ways as possible. But this takes a lot of time and energy and money. And as everything does, land care products and tools are evolving. And in time, there will be new products and tools to use in these situations that we can look at in our IPM programs. But currently, we are using the safest products with many years of study. These products have been around for 50, 70 years. So the city's IPM program will change and grow with time. Making a knee-jerk reaction and not learning from other municipalities making mistakes could cost us dearly. Keep in mind that these products are approved by Health Canada and used by our federal government to service our provincial and national parks. Appreciate the time to speak.
Yeah. Got to watch the time. Next we have Jason Pick, followed by Joel Beeston. My apologies. Jason Pick.
Wonderful. Now, may I share my screen or? There we go. Perfect. Wonderful. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, the councilors, for giving me the opportunity to speak. First slide, please. I'm not in control of the presentation. If someone could forward that for me. Slide 2. I'm an educator from Olds College and executive director of the Alberta Turfgrass Research Foundation and a pesticide applicator, a former golf course superintendent with hopefully another perspective for you to consider. As we've heard already, all of our pesticide products are registered from Health Canada, can take up to 10 years, millions of dollars, 350 scientists at Health Canada apply 200 different toxicological studies to ensure pesticides are safe, not just for people, but for animals, birds, insects, plants, water, and so on. They're also evaluated every 15 years. The legislation that's out there right now is the federal Health Canada approves all of our products, and then each province and the municipality has the opportunity to create further restrictions. So that's what we're really talking about. But really the question is, why are we doing it? Sorry, move on please to slide number 5. Municipal legislation. What I'll do is I'll take you back up to slide 5, please. We'll revisit some municipal legislation where this all started back in 1999 in Hudson, Quebec. We had Dr. June Irwin, who was a dermatologist who claimed pesticides were causing skin disorders for her clients. So she proposed a pesticide ban. That formally formed the lawsuit against the local spray company, Spray Tech versus Hudson, in 2001, and it went to Supreme Court. You can move to slide 6, please. The Supreme Court ended up passing Bill 88, upholding that legislation law, allowing municipalities to restrict any products in their jurisdiction, not just pesticide products. You have the ability to restrict anything in your jurisdiction. So unfortunately at that time, again, we're kind of out of sync with the slides here, but I'm on slide 6 there, Mr. Speaker. The media unfortunately spun that ruling in 2001 that pesticides were dangerous, and that was why they won. But really what the Supreme Court did was approve that basic legislation that maintaining municipalities' ability to regulate their own products. Moving on to slide 7. 20 years later, the national response, we have 180 municipalities having imposed restrictions, 7 provinces banning cosmetic pesticides. Again, this is driven mostly by public opinion and the media, not by the true reality. Slide 8, please. The heading here, pesticide study, the Suzuki Foundation. Sorry, we're completely out of sync here, but anyhow, in 2001, after that ruling, there were no pesticide poisoning reporting programs in place. So the Suzuki Foundation took on an exposure study where they scanned every province and evaluated, determined as an assessment what kind of poisonings we were at. What they determined is, and it was interesting to see, roughly 43 to 45% of all the poisonings that happened teamed pesticides were of kids under 6, and that was the big focus that kind of engaged this whole platform of safety. Fast forward to 2014, and we're on slide 10. 2014, all the calls were recorded at the Alberta Poison Control. 642 calls were, I'm sorry, you can just turn off that slideshow. That's not going on anyway. Long story short, there was 642 calls to all boys per poison control in Alberta, which were correlated basically very closely to that Suzuki Foundation report, saying there was basically 6% or 46% of kids were being poisoned. Now, again, the interesting part is 88% of all those calls occurred from the home, which is really important to note. That's why we pursued the ban in the first place, to protect our children, in my view anyways. Fast forward to 2017, we engaged in new poison control services, the PADIS, Poison and Drug Information System. Now we started categorizing incidents and recording them. The truth of the matter is, in 2018, with that first report, we received 27,833 calls into the Poison Control Center. Same numbers, same percentage, 44% of those poisonings were kids under 5. However, what it did highlight that we never had before was the most common products were painkillers, household cleaning substances, antipsychotics, personal care products, and antidepressants, not pesticides at all. However, all those items are classified under the heading of pesticides. Unfortunately, the public's opinion of pesticides goes immediate to the lung control. So as part of my role as an educator, I update our students on this all the time. And recently did a statistic out of Vancouver in 2018. They've been prohibiting cosmetic pesticides since 2013. The report in 2021 came back, 26,000 reported poisonings in BC. Absolutely the exact same percentage, 43% of poisonings were still children under 5. Meaning, in a nutshell, despite all their efforts to prohibit cosmetic pesticides, there had been no change in poisonings from the progressive municipal ban in 16 years, which tells us a few different things. A, the pesticide ban, if we're doing it for health and safety, is not working. We didn't have the data when we started all this to make informed decisions on what we should ban. The other thing that's happening in Vancouver as a result of this ban is because it's a very warm climate, they have a lot of insect problems. They're banned insecticides. So now your home lawns are being overrun with grubs, which in turn are being eaten by your skunks and raccoons and crows. Well, with such heavy rainfall region, all that rainfall washes bare soil into the waterways and the storm drains, which adds turbidity and phosphate to our waterways. So in our efforts to promote or provide safety for our residents, we've created an environmental risk as a result.
Thank you. Thank you. Next we have Joel Beatson, followed by Laurie Height.
Good afternoon, councillors and your worship. Thank you for affording me this opportunity to speak. Councillor Paquette, I can confirm tomato is indeed a fruit, but I'm reminded of the old saying that a wise person knows not to put it in a fruit salad. I'm Joel Beatson, Executive Director of Landscape Alberta. I live and work in Edmonton with my wife and 2 young boys. We're on vacation in Ontario right now, so sorry about the no camera. Landscape Alberta is the professional trade association representing tree nurseries, garden centers, and landscape service providers in Alberta's green industry. I've worked for the horticulture industry for over 20 years, and you should not listen to me. Listen to the experts in their fields when it comes to discussions around pesticide usage. Listen to Health Canada and the PMRA and the hundreds of scientists with expertise in the specialties related to the chemical usage and human physiology and ecology, just like you did when making decisions about vaccination and masking mandates. Listen to Alberta Environment and the robust licensing and other regulatory statutes they enforce. Listen to industry professionals that have experience in integrated pest management, including innovative techniques and practices, including new plant varieties and invasive species. Listen to researchers on the value of thriving green spaces and the incredible impact they can have to reduce the urban heat island effect and create livable cities. Listen to your own 311 data. More than 1/3 of open complaints in the last decade are the result of weeds or nuisance properties. This is the voice of the silent majority. Listen to the experts in the sports medicine field that insist healthy turf prevents soft tissue and head injuries for children playing. Listen to other jurisdictions who've seen bans fail. Manitoba is currently repealing the provincial legislation, in large part due to the inability to enforce. Ontario has massive cross-border sales of pesticides as homeowners struggle to protect the spaces around their homes. Listen to city staff that in 2015 submitted a report about IPM that it estimated the additional cost and annual maintenance from banning pesticides at $10 to $20 million per year just to maintain the current standards. Listen to the data, not pseudoscience or conjecture or emotion. Listen to data and science as your guide. Listen to the silent majority of Edmontonians that want to keep our city green. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Lori Height, followed by Alexia Wagner.
Hello, council members. My name is Lori Height. I'm the CEO of Weedman Lawn Care. I've been in this industry for 29 years, so I've been here a few times already, both in Edmonton as well as Calgary, where they visited this topic and ultimately voted against a ban. I'm here today to specifically talk about Manitoba's ban, which was put in place in 2014 and is currently being repealed by their government. I've had many meetings with David Hinton, who owns the Weedman in Winnipeg, and Brandon. He was also the past president of Landscape Manitoba, so he has seen the whole process from banned to unbanned. I found his insight on this topic very helpful as we sat in front of the last City Council to address the same topic. Their decision to overturn that ban deserves a closer look. First and foremost, the ban was not based in science. In fact, all bans that we are currently in our country were not based in science. It was a political decision. Quebec passed a ban without any scientific study, and in a court decision was forced to admit that they were wrong, that 2,4-D does not propose unacceptable risk. In Ontario, the McGuinty's government's decision to ban these legal products was a political decision based on an election soundbite and holds no scientific support. The same products that can be safely applied to the food that we eat are now banned to spot treat a dandelion in their front yard. British Columbia, Saskatchewan, as well as Alberta government have all looked at these issues and have not implemented bans. In a letter to the City of Edmonton, our government wrote, Alberta Environment will continue to strongly support science-based evidence and will not create restrictions or laws that conflict with the federal government, who we rely on for health and safety assessments. That was August of 2011, and their stance hasn't changed. I trust Council won't foolishly follow others into making decisions that are based on pressure from a few activists. The silent majority of these use these products to maintain their valuable properties without any problems. Edmontonians love their lawns and only have a few short months to enjoy them each year. The cost of maintaining our green spaces will escalate dramatically as we no longer are able to control the weeds, insects, or disease. Our trees will die, our lawns and gardens will be nothing but an eyesore. Secondly, alternative products have little to no effect and cost twice as much to use. The replacement for 2,4-D is Fiesta, which is an iron chelate product. The cost to spray this product as an alternative is double, but the effectiveness is about half. When the previous council asked the Parks Department for a report for an estimated budget for maintaining the turf at the level it was being maintained, but without the use of the federally approved products, the budget more than quadrupled. The reason for this is to keep weeds at bay, you have to have healthy turf. This means more frequent mowing, watering, and fertilizer. As it stands, you are already getting a clearer picture from your own policy when just last year you cut another $1.14 million from your weed control budget. This was achieved by nixing manually pulling weeds in certain areas and going back to spraying. So your own ban has led to more noxious plants that can only be eradicated by spraying such products. Driving around this city since this has been put in place is embarrassing, and if a ban on these products is implemented in our city, it's only going to get much worse when homeowners are no longer allowed to use these products. The citizens of Winnipeg have seen their communities fall into a state of disrepair as boulevards and public parks just become weeds. Homeowners are turning to home remedies such as gasoline to kill weeds that can be far worse and more toxic than the legal, properly tested products that are now outlawed. Lastly, there is absolutely no way to enforce it. How many bylaw officers are you going to hire? How many tickets will they need to write to cover the cost of their salaries? With an already limited budget, where will this fit in? In Winnipeg, the legislation made the product available for your garden, but illegal to spray it on your own lawn. So the Home Depot had a side that said, if you ask me for this product to spray the weeds in your garden, I can sell it to you. But if you ask me for it to spray your lawn, I can't. So if you live in Edmonton, you could just drive to a neighboring community and buy it there. That is what they're seeing in Winnipeg. Homeowners would rather risk getting a ticket than have to say goodbye to their beautiful property. These are only a handful of reasons to consider, but Manitoba's decision to repeal has a lot of merit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next we have Alexia Wagner, followed by Dave Montgomery.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to address you today. My name is Alexia Wagner, and I'm a long-term resident of Edmonton and an avid gardener, and I am fully vaccinated with the COVID vaccine. I tell you that because the COVID vaccines are approved as safe for use by Health Canada. I went online and did a little research, and Health Canada also thoroughly and on an ongoing basis reviews with 300 plus scientists the pesticides that are approved as safe for use in Canada. If you go to the Health Canada website, they have a risk assessment section under approved pesticides where they state, and I quote, Health Canada applies strict health and safety standards to everyone. This includes vulnerable groups like infants and children, pregnant and nursing mothers, and seniors. As a result of this thorough process by Health Canada, we in Edmonton have a list of pesticides approved as safe for all Canadians to use. When it comes to considering the question of a pesticide ban for Edmonton, the City Council's credibility is on the line. City Council cannot have it both ways. Either you trust Health Canada or you don't. An Edmonton pesticide ban would require City Council to suspend their trust in Health Canada and tell Edmontonians that in the case with pesticides, not to believe what Health Canada tells us. Should we also start questioning the safety of our vaccines? I am sure you on Council all agree that to question Health Canada's approval of vaccines would not be right. So this is not a rhetorical question. I am asking you in all seriousness. Are you only going to believe Health Canada when it suits you? They are the governing expert body in Canada when it comes to decisions about safe pesticide use. This suggested pesticide ban is an intrusion by Edmonton City Council into my private property where you as a council have no expertise. I would also like to raise the question of practicality and enforceability of a pesticide ban in Edmonton. As a councillor, you can ban the use, but you cannot ban the sale within Edmonton. What does that say? It says that I can go into a store in Edmonton and buy the products you are considering banning and apply them myself, and who is going to stop me? Are you going to create another level of bureaucracy for us to snitch on our neighbors? I would like to be able to say to you as a council to do what you want to do on city property in regards to pesticides and leave private property to property owners to decide whether they want to use products approved for use by Health Canada. But I live across the street from Gallagher Park. Even if I do say so myself, I have a beautiful yard with a stunning water feature, multitudes of flowers, and a well-maintained lawn. I have been honored to win first place in Edmonton's Front Yards in Bloom, and I spend hours every day tending to my gardens. It is a true labor of love, believe me. However, across the street from my yard are several severely unmaintained and neglected city beds that are so full of weeds you cannot see the shrubs in the beds or even tell what is supposed to be growing in them. All those weed seeds, many of them noxious, continually blow into my yard. And do you know what? I do not want my private property to look anything like the disaster the city has going on across the street from me, and quite frankly, in many, many public places in Edmonton. It would be really nice if you took care of your own property and controlled the noxious weeds. As an aside, I know the mayor was disappointed when Edmonton wasn't chosen to be a host city in the World Cup of Soccer. I would suggest that if the mayor wants Edmonton to be considered a world-class city, then he should clean it up. Don't make it worse than it already is with a pesticide ban. Anyways, my private yard attracts all kinds of people every day who come to enjoy its peacefulness and beauty. I should be allowed to continue to maintain my private property, even if the city continues not to maintain theirs. The City of Edmonton has a lot of problems, challenges, and issues that needs council's attention, but pesticides are not one of them. I respectfully ask you as council to stay in your own lane and allow me to continue caring and maintaining my private property with all the products approved as safe by Health Canada. If you do choose to ban certain products, thinking you have the scientific expertise in spite of Health Canada, then don't ever ask Edmontonians to get another COVID vaccine, because either you believe in and trust Health Canada or you don't. You can't have it both ways. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Dave Montgomery.
Good afternoon. I think my friend Rama has a series of pictures that she could just click through randomly. They all get the same point across. Thanks. My name's Dave Montgomery, and I've been building and beautifying landscapes in Edmonton and the surrounding area for 30 years. I've worked in landscape construction, design, golf course construction and design, maintenance, turf management, industrial vegetation management, reclamation, and naturalization. I help build your neighborhoods. I'm a partner with your parks and design teams, and I build all your new subdivisions. So I know very well how the system works. Upon completion of those green spaces, which takes up to 5 years, we turn over those properties 100% weed-free, green, thriving, and beautiful. Now, 2 years later, a lot of these pictures are in that time frame. That's what you can do with them. That's the city's level of maintenance. It's despicable. These pictures were taken this morning. I can drive anywhere throughout the city and see the same neglected areas. In contrast, when we build these same landscapes for Leduc, Spruce Grove, Beaumont, any of your neighbors, these green spaces are fully funded from day one. They're maintained from day one. Thus the difference when you drive out there. It's not hard, it's basic maintenance, which Edmonton just can't seem to figure out logistically or financially. It doesn't make a shred of sense to me because you demand the tax revenue from all these new subdivisions, but you refuse to fund them and keep them up. Edmonton is getting uglier, unfortunately. Our streets are crumbling, parks are overrun with noxious weeds, sports fields are becoming unplayable. You can't even trim boulevards. And that's a storm pond in Edmonton, not the idyllic picture that was shown before by administration. Your report estimates that we need to spend at least approximately $472,000 to investigate and analyze the whims of a few council members and pesticide-free Edmonton. This has been done previously, not too long in the past. You can forego that cost and just read that report. How much good would that money do for the homeless community that those same councillors are advocates for? For what and why? Do you think you know better than Health Canada? The vast majority of Edmontonians want to have access to garden care products. The size of the garden market industry in Canada is $7.3 billion, We spent $900 million on potted plants alone. Canadians spent almost $4 billion on lawn care last year. Vegetable horticulture product sales reached $1.95 billion last year. 50% of Albertans are growing food at home, and you want to restrict their ability to maintain all that and take that enjoyment away from them? Our business is booming, large part because the City of Edmonton is not looking after their landscapes. So our customers are in desperate need of us protecting them from your weeds encroaching onto their properties. They don't want their private property to look like the average city park, ugly, unkept, full of garbage and weeds, practically unusable. It seems the real issue in debate over safety of pesticides is not the competence of the 350 scientists working for the PMRA, or whether a shadowy cabal of industry shrills are conspiring to influence public opinion. Rather, the crucial fact is that environmental groups such as Pesticide Edmonton have adopted a rigidly all-or-nothing position on garden care products. In their view, all products are bad and must be banned, full stop. Now we're talking about bringing back the goats to the rescue. Well, I can tell you firsthand, growing up on a farm, goats eat what they want, not what you want them to eat. And they're totally impractical to put them on a sports field. These are the ideas of a child, or someone who gets all their information from Twitter and Facebook. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, we must remember that there's great value in simply protecting the look of our lawns, flower beds, trees, streetscapes, parks, and other green spaces from weeds and other pests. While activists may deride such efforts as cosmetic, in the sense of being frivolous or unnecessary, this ignores the vital poetry of everyday life. A lush carpet of green grass holds universal appeal for both practical and aesthetic reasons. It invites participation, pleases the senses, and touches the soul. It creates an oasis of peace, and in doing so, provides a moment of grace in our chaotic world. And if such sublimity can be achieved with the safe, judicious application of modern chemistry, why should anybody object? Beauty has no need to defend itself. Thank you.
Thank you. That takes us to our 3:30 recess. So we will reconvene in 15 minutes, 3:45, and we'll go to questions of our first panel of speakers. Thank you. Good afternoon. Call us back to order and just do a quick roll call for the benefit of those online. Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Tang. Sorry.
Hello.
And Councillor Wright.
Hello.
Okay. Before we move to questions of our speakers, I just want to, just by way of agenda management here, we're not going to get to item 7.5 or 8.1 today. So I'm going to move that both those items be referred to the August 22nd Community and Public Services Committee meeting. Not to Agenda Review Committee because now there's always the potential that the agendas get changed or massaged at Agenda Review, but there is a look ahead at tomorrow's Agenda Review Committee for the rest of the year. So for this committee, the workload that's and the time available just don't match up. So there's going to have to be something that happens anyway. So for the time being, we'll just put this back into the next community services file and manage it tomorrow. Okay, so please vote.
We're just getting it up on the screen. Is it working? One moment.
Oh, that's me, isn't it? Okay.
And just looking for one more vote. Councillor Jans? Oh, there it just came in. We have 4 votes.
Yeah, please display the vote. Okay, and that is carried. So apologies for those that were hoping to speak to those items today. That will happen in 2 weeks. We'll now move to questions of our first panel of speakers. Just waiting for the list to populate. We'll start with Councillor Tang.
Great. Thank you, everybody, for taking time out of your working schedules to come out and speak on this issue. Coming out again to speak on this issue. You know, I take your points. In fact, I think there were a number of things that many of the speakers have mentioned that are some of my own questions I'll raise with administration after. I was wondering from Mr. Schramm, I take your point about the provincial lever, even though every level of government has some kind of responsibility on this topic, and hence why the provision in the Municipal Governance Act to allow municipalities to create bylaw, et cetera. But your recommendation was around advocating to the provincial level on the sale aspect. Given that Health Canada came up so many times, do you feel like there's anything there as well?
Just get you to turn your microphone, please.
So in your 5 minutes, you had mentioned that, you know, if you want to do anything about this, you know, focus on the province, because that's where, you know, some of the sales, et cetera, is happening, and that's, you know, focus on the source. I guess I'm just wondering if you can elaborate on that. Do you know of other jurisdictions that have gone that route? I mean, we've heard Manitoba, Ontario, Quebec.
Yeah, so one of the main concerns in Manitoba is the waterways. Obviously, it's probably 50% water, right? So they needed to get control of some of the products, byproducts that come from fertilizer, things like that, right? So when it's done on a provincial level, they can control what's on the shelves. You guys can't control what's on the shelves. Provincially, Alberta's done a good job of taking the strongest and a lot of the products that we use for lawn care off of the shelves, or the products that are on the shelves are basically diluted to nothing and sold as a gimmick that barely work. So basically the stuff that you can go to Canadian Tire yourself right now and buy off the shelf, it doesn't work that well. So Alberta's done a good job of banning that. They haven't banned the fertilizers. So I feel like the big push to stop pesticides and herbicides is to stop it from poisoning the environment and doing harm and things like that, right? But by taking it away from us professionals who are trained to do it, we're the ones that can actually take care of it. If you push things like fertilizers and pesticides and herbicides to be done at the provincial level, you're going to see results a lot faster than what you guys are going to see at your guys' level, with all due respect. If you want the North Saskatchewan River to have less 2,4-D and all these other products in it, you got to make sure that the people can't get their hands on it, right? So that's kind of my thoughts towards that.
Appreciate that. And to Mr. Pick, if you're still online, yeah, thanks for sharing your, are you still online?
Yeah, I sure am. Yeah.
Oh, I guess, yeah, so Health Canada came up several times, and I'm curious about the way pesticides are kind of determined. My understanding that a lot of those decisions are around pesticide in an agricultural use sense versus sort of an urban setting. Are those one and the same? You know, if you have any insights on that, would be appreciated.
Sure, great question. The registration process for pesticides is what Health Canada does is they rank them based on their toxicity. So that's why we have Schedule 1, Schedule 2, Schedule 3, and Schedule 4 pesticides. Schedule 1 are those most heavily restricted. Those would be the methyl bromides, the thing that we use for gassing a house, for instance. And it goes kind of down the list. Schedule 2 are commercial. That's used by our agricultural and commercial users. Schedule 3 are our outdoor domestic class pesticides, the kind of stuff you can buy at the hardware store. And Class 4, Schedule 4 are for use indoors. So they kind of progress from Schedule 1, most toxic, to least toxic.
That's helpful. Thank you. Yeah, and shoot, I had one. Oh, right. For some of you who were talking about what's been happening in other cities and other provinces, I don't know who wants to comment on this. You know, if you want to share a little bit about, for example, I think Mr. Dawson, you mentioned the underground market and the transferring from professionals to homeowners. What is the enforcement approach there?
Yeah, I can certainly speak to that. Thanks for the question. The enforcement in the province of Ontario with respect to what homeowners are doing or purchasing either on an underground market or cross-border or online, there's practically no enforcement, at least none that I'm aware of, and certainly none that our customers inform us of, our neighbors, our friends, or family would inform us of. So the enforcement is certainly lacking.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
No, I'm out of time, sorry.
Councillor Wright.
Hi. Thank you for coming today, making your presentations. Maybe, who was it? Mr. Schramm, you had talked about or mentioned that right now an acreage owner, or I don't know right now, this is what I'm asking. Acreage owners can go to the UFA store and buy the same product that you use.
That is correct. So as long as your ID doesn't show a city address and it shows some kind of acreage address, you can go and purchase these products.
Okay. And are they, the homeowners then, are they required to use the same procedures for application?
They have to follow label rate, but they do not need to have a pesticide applicator's license.
Okay. And so if pesticides were to be banned in the city of Edmonton, they could still go to the UFA and buy these products and take their chances on.
And this is what I was speaking to, right? I think there'll be more damage from that happening than what we're doing currently, if there is any.
And then many of you referenced Health Canada and saying that these were safe products, but can I just, are they safe or are they considered an acceptable risk?
Well, it depends which you're speaking to. Some of them have been around for 70, 80 years, so with the amount of studies and money that have gone into them, I feel comfortable saying they're safe. Some of the newer products that are being used, I'm not comfortable saying that. My partner here spoke to iron chelate. which is kind of a replacement of 2,4-D. Well, it hasn't been around that long. We don't know the impacts of what's going on there. And a lot of municipalities and provinces have jumped at that solution, but now they're seeing it affecting their waterways and other ways, water tables and such, right? So I don't think that, I don't think that it's the right solution to go that way.
Because I've gone onto Health Canada's website under their pesticide information here, and I can't find anything where it says that they're safe.
Well, I think most things are safe if used at label rate. Everything's dangerous if it's not, right? Vinegar under your own sink is dangerous in large amounts. So is soap, but it's all in the concentrate, right?
Okay.
This is where Alberta has done well and banned it domestically, and the stuff on the shelves is a very, very, very low concentration. It's more of a gimmick than anything, right?
If I may.
Yes.
A lot of these products are based on the agricultural formulation, and they've been adopted into the residential and commercial use. So you got to remember that all these products are used on food. Yet some people like to say you can't walk across a lawn with the same product. It's not safe. That doesn't make any sense.
So should Health Canada be looking at it based on agricultural use versus residential? Should they be having two different?
No, that's a misnomer too, because when I have a product that's registered for commercial use, it's tested for that use. So playgrounds, sports fields, that's the use in the label. That's what it's tested for by Health Canada. As opposed to its cousin, the same product, the same active ingredient is used on food crops under a different name. So that's what I mean. There may be confusion there. But when I use a turf product, say Trillion, it is formulated and tested by Health Canada for use on sports fields, parks, playgrounds, residential yards, whatever it is.
Okay, it does include residential yards.
Yes.
Okay, so I was just trying to, I was just wondering if maybe some more clarity through Health Canada is needed, okay? And I thought I had one other question. Oh, okay, maybe actually more for administration. I wasn't clear on the information that was being provided in the report, so I'll go to them. And that's all I have then. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thanks very much, and thanks to the speakers for coming out today to share your perspectives. I honestly don't feel too strongly one way or another on this issue, but I do feel really strongly about the importance of having respectful conversation. And I felt that some of the comments were, characterizing people with opposing views a bit harshly and unfairly. So just wanted to get your perspectives on, how we can have these conversations, which are difficult ones, which I appreciate have a range of passion and perspectives, just finding that common ground and having more respectful conversations. Any thoughts there? Or maybe just something for us to, go ahead, sorry, Mr. Montgomery.
Yeah, I guess over 27 years, I come to council and committee every 3 or 4 years. And it's, I hate to say it, it's the same 4 people will show up, and they'll be here soon, to say the same thing. And slowly but surely, science has eroded all those arguments. And now it's an argument of emotion and social media, half-truths. So I apologize if I came off a little strongly, but that's what we face on a quite regular basis. There'll be people talking that don't even live in Edmonton. For some reason, they're valid. She lives in Powell River now, and I'm sure your city administration department knows her. But that's beside the point. I'm all for debate. I'm all for clarity and transparency. Any one of you can come to our office tomorrow and walk through. And I will take you to sites that are yours that we're working on and show you the level of maintenance that they're governed to be when I hand off to you before the FAC and the CCC and we get paid. And then I'll show you yours that you've taken over a year later even, and you'll see the difference. My point to saying that is that you're not funding the department properly. Whether you restrict products or not, you're not going to get the results that your citizenry are expecting.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for that, and thanks for that acknowledgement. I think, And yeah, and to your point as well, I think that's a question I have for administration, is that cost benefit analysis. And, you know, I think part of the struggle that I have, and to a point that was being made there, is that the science does evolve, and I think that, you know, some products that were seen as being fantastic, you know, 20, 30 years ago, we now see are very problematic, and that's the space that I find hard to navigate in, knowing that, again, the science changes. But I think those are all my questions. Appreciate the conversation. Look forward to hearing from others and speaking to our administration as well. Thanks again for being here today.
Thank you. Any further questions of this panel? Okay, not seeing or hearing any. Thank you all very much for your presentations and for sticking through it today. Appreciate your patience and appreciate your submissions. We'll now move to our second panel of speakers. So we have Christine Kowalczyk remotely, Raquel Farrow remote, Robert Wild remote, Jesse Story in person. So if Jesse Story could come and take the first chair here, please. Cheryl McCumsey remote, Rod Alstad remote, Travis Pulfer in the next seat is in person, and Rowan Drisner in person. So same rules, 5 minutes each. Lights in the committee room and the timer on the screen for those that are remote. So first off is Christine Kowalczyk, followed by Raquel Farrow. Please go ahead, Ms. Kowalczyk.
Okay, thank you. And I see my presentation up. Thanks very much for that. Next slide, please. I will just say I'm speaking on behalf of Pesticide Free Edmonton, and we'll be presenting our feedback on administration's report on this topic and our recommendations for how to move forward with this cosmetic pesticide ban. Next slide, please. So just a reminder of the April motion that you passed 12-1. In favor, you voted in favor of the following motion: that administration provide a report outlining steps towards a 2023 elimination of cosmetic pesticide use on public and private properties, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I won't go through all of this, but I just want to, I know you've all voted on a lot of things and been involved in a lot of discussions since then. I just wanted to remind you of those points. Next slide, please. So Pesticide Free Edmonton's response to administration's report is that this report calls for unnecessary work that has already been done, is publicly available. Replicating this work will unnecessarily delay the implementation of a cosmetic ban and cost millions of dollars. We recommend that the committee return the report to administration with the following 5 instructions. Next slide, please. The first is to recognize that cosmetic pesticide ban means non-essential use of pesticides, including herbicides, insecticides, and fungicides, etc. This is the widely accepted definition of the term. Public engagement on what the term means is not needed and should not be undertaken. We're not sure why the report is calling for public engagement on the definition of this term. This slide here, the image comes from the BC Centre for Disease Control, and in the highlighted sections at the bottom, you can see how the BC Ministry of the Environment defines cosmetic use as non-essential or optional use of pesticides, et cetera, or controlling unwanted organisms that do not pose an economic or health threat. And then that same definition is also used by the Cosmetics Pesticides Ban Act of Ontario, as well as the Non-Essential Pesticide Control Act of Nova Scotia. So this is a well accepted definition, commonly accepted definition of this term. Next slide, please. Second recommendation is that surveys are unnecessary. So we would like council to recognize that surveys have already been done and show strong support for a cosmetic pesticide ban. Further surveys do not need to be done. On the right-hand side are some images from the 2019 mixed topic survey that the city undertook in November 2019. And some of the findings are indicated in the image below, that the top 3 most important elements to how the city manages pests And weeds were health of wildlife, including pollinators that might be exposed to pesticide. 93% of people were concerned about that. Health of the public that might be exposed to pesticides. 85% of people were concerned with that. And health of aquatic ecosystems that might be exposed to pesticides. 85%. Again, this is the city's own survey just undertaken in 2019. In 2016, the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment and Prevent Cancer now also found in their survey of Albertans that 60% across the political spectrum are concerned about pesticide risks and favor increased pesticide restrictions. Next slide, please. Thirdly, jurisdictional scans are unnecessary. They have already been done and are publicly available. Again, these do not need to be done again. In this image, I've got a scan that was done by the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment in just 2016. It makes clear that the best practice is a strong pesticide ban. Since 2016, the ecological and health crises have only deepened, and suggesting, of course, that we need to continue to raise the bar. Next slide, please. Fourth recommendation is to limit exemptions. Avoid a least toxic list as they do not account for ecosystem harms. Ecological alternatives exist for home landscaping, boulevards, and anywhere else currently sprayed, so there's no reason to use toxic chemicals. Hand pulling can be done to satisfy the Alberta Weed Act. Goats, used by the city in the past as a penalty after the city illegally sprayed pesticides, and popular with the public, can also be used again. This image is from Montreal's own website on green gardening. Next slide, please. Also, in terms of limiting exemptions, golf courses should be included in this ban. As you all know, many of Edmonton's golf courses are in the River Valley, which are high-use, environmentally sensitive areas. People and wildlife using these areas shouldn't be exposed to toxic chemicals, and we should never be spraying next to a river. Organic golf courses exist and are some of the most prestigious golf courses in the world. Next slide, please.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Ms. Kowalczyk, that's 5 minutes. I know it goes quick for us too. Next we have Raquel Farreau, followed by Robert Wild. Ms. Farreau.
Thanks. Hard time finding the mute button. Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. I'm a retired specialist. Can I just ask, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead. Yep.
I'm a retired internal medicine specialist. I was the chief resident of my academic program, and I taught other residents critical review of the literature. I now also sit on the IPM advisory committee. I've been involved in this issue for a long time because pesticides pose serious direct and indirect health threats. They're associated with cancers, endocrine disruption, and neurodegenerative diseases like Parkinson's, to name just a few. We know that children, fetuses, and the socially marginalized are most at risk. I am part of the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment, and I network with both the Children's Environmental Health Unit, formerly the Pediatric Environmental Health Unit, and Prevents Cancer now. In 2015 and 18, via proposal by myself, these groups offered to help Edmonton's pesticide reduction work for free. And these groups include PhDs in public health. They have extensive experience in policy work and have performed jurisdictional scans, as Professor Kowalczyk has outlined. After a prod by Bev Eslinger, past councillor, administration committed in council chambers on video to working with these groups. There was never any follow through, so it is frustrating that administration's report proposes starting anew. I think they can take advantage of free work already done. Other cities have resisted the anti-cosmetic ban lobbyists. Remember that it's well documented now that pesticide companies, Monsanto, Bayer, Syngenta, work via key lobbyists like CropLife. They fund front groups, ghostwrite, manipulate the media, capture regulators and administrators, and work hard to expand pesticide markets and prevent cosmetic bans. This has all been exposed, particularly in court documents when Monsanto was found guilty of withholding information on the known health risks of Roundup. I'm happy that you listen to lobbyists, but at some point I think it's important to dismiss when lobbying actively undermines public interest. So we know that polling is popular, as Christine Kowalczyk has outlined. And more importantly, we know that it does not adversely affect businesses in the long run. In Ontario, contrary to the concerns expressed by lawn care companies, after the 23 cosmetic ban, landscaping and lawn care businesses increased by 30%. And medical officers of health continue to support those bans. And the water in Ontario now has less pesticides. So my hope is that you will make it clear to administration that you want them to follow up on the well-supported motion from April, that you want the ban on public and private property, that you would like to reaffirm the 23 timeline you requested. I would like them to come back with a less costly and streamlined process if possible. There's already widely accepted definitions, and there are resources they can tap for free, such as the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment. And I remind you that administration committed to making use of their work nearly 5 years ago. We're now in a health and environmental crisis, and we can't afford more delays. So please ask administration to make use of the work already done. It will help us to be more cost effective as we move ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Robert Wild, followed by Jesse Story. Mr. Wild.
How do you do? My name is Robert Wild of the Edmonton chapter of the Council of Canadians. May I ask, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for granting me this opportunity to speak with those advocating for a citywide cosmetic pesticide ban. We're advocating for a ban on the cosmetic use of pesticides on public and private lands within city limits. It's a matter of public record that the majority of Edmonton residents support an overall reduction in the application of pesticides, and this is a good way to start. And we are also highlighting, and I believe it's necessary, to have a public education initiative that accompanies each and every phase step of any implementation of a ban, so that it's a matter of well-researched information brought to the attention of the public. But it is worth remembering that pesticides are poison. They're substances that, when introduced to a living organism, are designed to destroy life, inhibit or prevent reproduction, and can gradually build up a toxic residue in tissues and fats in birds, animals, and humans. So it's on public and private lands, and it's, the ban is meant to prevent and mitigate runoff and chemical drift that amounts to chemical trespass on residential properties. And I don't have them here, but there are lots of instances where people on adjacent properties find that their properties are damaged by the use of chemicals by their neighbor. And I'll just go on here. In prospect for the protection of human health and the environment, to date, neither pesticide manufacturers and regulators nor pesticide sellers and citizen consumers, none of us possess access to a complete determination of the toxic effects of pesticide products. This is a grievous shortcoming in that pesticides hold a unique position among environmental contaminants due to their toxicity, their high biological activity, long-term stability, and previously mentioned, the ability to bioaccumulate. Now, turning to the subject of the PMRA, or the Pest Management Regulatory Agency, it's a branch of Health Canada responsible for regulating pesticides under the Pest Control Products Act. And most of the commercial products are mixtures of one or more active ingredients with substances characterized as inert ingredients. Now, PMRA risk assessments address the effects of the active ingredients, and this I underline this. To date, there are no PMRA test protocols that mandate determination of the toxic effect of pesticide product formulations that include the pesticide adjuvant. No risk assessment on the whole commercial product that's on store shelves. Accordingly, PMRA risk assessment protocols cannot be regarded as anything but incomplete. However, PMRA, given the so much news about what's happening with pesticides, considering the numbers of court actions regarding the effects of pesticides in various applications all over the world and in Canada, PMRA is currently advancing a transformation agenda. In other words, they're starting to listen. It includes a number of program changes. They want to improve transparency and public access to information, and to increase the use of comprehensive real-world data on water monitoring, as well as independent scientific advice. The PMRA transformation agenda accepted public input up to June the 30th, just this last June, and we of Council of Canadians in Pesticide-Free Edmonton have long advocated for independent scientific input as essential to a pesticide product's regulatory process. So we're hoping for the best from the PMRA transformation agenda and from the City of Edmonton and the Community and Public Services Committee. Thank you very much for this opportunity to address you.
Thank you. Next we have Jesse Story, followed by Cheryl McCumsey.
Good afternoon. My name is Jesse Story. I'm a registered pesticide applicator for Weedman. I live here in Edmonton, raising my family here. This afternoon we kind of talked about the silent majority, so I'm in the industry, I have a vested interest. That's one of the reasons I'm here to speak, but I know a lot of people can't take the time off of work to come and talk about every single thing that affects them. I know in my role, I have many thousands of customers that are happy with the services. They like what they're seeing. As a parent taking their children to soccer, I definitely see the majority of the people when we're playing on surfaces that are barely playable and in very rough shape. They're definitely speaking up then at that time. I have staff that work with me helping sell these products and services, applying these products and services. They definitely be vocal about what we're proposing here. Perfect. So I know as part of the sports fields, very shortly after City of Edmonton report in 2017 came back that most of the fields had deteriorated, dandelions had reestablished, and that the growing conditions meant that weeds were exceeding the standards the city policy had stated. Then later on, some of the alternatives that we've been talking about, the city no longer uses iron chelate on sports fields. Spokesman mentioned this back in 2020. It just wasn't effective or financially responsible. And then lastly, I know there's a group of Edmontonians out there that are maybe applying to city property because the city came out in 2021 last year and had to remind Edmontonians not to spray public areas. They should be reported to 311. And in that case, I think one of the speakers mentioned the vast amount of complaints 311 had received about these complaints. So I just want to make sure that sort of everybody's voice maybe gets heard and not just one side or the other. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Cheryl McCumsey, followed by Rod Alstead.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. First, I want to announce that I have absolutely no
conflict of interest whatsoever. I do not benefit from speaking to you. I do it on behalf of my concerns with the health of Edmontonians, family, and friends both. I would like to begin by saying that several polls have been done. 2/3 to 3/4 of the public say they want less pesticides used. These are surveys done also by the city that were paid for by taxpayers. If we believe in a democracy, as a councillor, you need to hear this and protect the public as we have asked for over and over again for 25 years now. Pesticides are poisons. They are not vaccines and drugs. They don't just kill what we want them to kill, and they persist for years, as scientific studies show. After many years that they are used, this is clear. There is a hidden cost here, and it is profound. I have lived in Edmonton for 60 years. The last 20 of those, we lived in a modest home in Fulton. The last 18 years, we lived beside a neighbor who sprayed both Roundup, which contains glyphosate, and lawn herbicide, which contains 2,4-D. We loved our home. We made renovations to it. We loved our neighbors. We loved our neighborhood. We removed most of the turf and replaced it with easier to care for perennials and food crops. Our yard was nominated for Yards in Bloom many, many times. 2 years after moving in, we looked forward to having a new neighbor. When he repeatedly destroyed my garden, when his pesticides drifted over, we were very careful on how we tried to discuss this with him and used city mediation first. While we are not responsible for his applications, we asked him to let us know so we could put up barriers. The next day, he held up his phone and said, "I'm talking to my lawyer. I will spray on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday." With our windows closed, we could smell herbicide in our house. I developed a cough that lasted for a year. I do not smoke. I have run the Boston Marathon, and I have climbed mountains. My daughter developed asthma. We could hear our neighbor hacking constantly while we were outside. I never saw him smoke. Studies support that asthma is indeed related to exposure. We rerouted our fresh air intake to the other opposite side of our house, away from our neighbor, but still, this did not stop him from destroying $7,000 of our property in the form of garden, shrubs, and trees. We contacted our counselor. We were told without a bylaw, nothing could be done. We contacted Alberta Health, Alberta Environment. A Health Canada employee came over to witness this damage. They all told us they could not help us without a bylaw. None of them could or would help us. I looked forward to winter, as this is a respite from his spraying. We have bylaws for smoking. We do not have any protection while living in our own home from poisons that were destroying our property and damaging our health. We were not safe inside our own home. I joined Pesticide Free Edmonton and did a thorough investigation on how pesticides are assessed. There are currently 7 class action suits alone in Canada in regards to glyphosate related to cancer. They are winning these lawsuits based on the science. Health Canada is also in the courts in regard to poor assessments of several pesticides. Health Canada does not do these studies. Industry provides them to Health Canada. A few years ago, a couple of us went to the provincial auditor with concerns about Alberta environment. And indeed, the auditor found 80 pesticides banned in Canada being sold in this province. Please look this story up and read what the auditor says about Alberta environment. You're being misinformed by people who have a conflict of interest. I also learned from many people who suffered from neighbors' pesticide use. I am not the only one. I met many. In the end, we took our neighbor to court. We won. He paid us, and we ended up $20,000 in the hole after he paid us. Is this democracy or justice? Please answer this question for me. My neighbor changed my life. What I now know, I cannot unlearn. Pesticides are not selective.
They persist for a long time on the landscape. They do not create a nice landscape. You saw pictures of weeds. You did not see grass. You can cut the grass. I saw weeds that were 4 inches or 4 feet high. That's not being mowed. You don't create an environment, a nice environment with pesticides.
Thank you.
This is
Thank
about
you.
attitude towards our planet and what we can do to protect life, not to destroy it. It's time to listen to people instead of those who like or sell or use poison.
Thank you. Next we have Rod Alstead, followed by Travis Pulfer.
Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors, Honorable Mayor and councillors. I thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to you all about this important issue. And I would like to note, by the way, that in response to the earlier presenter speaking about Trillium and how it was certified by Health Canada as being safe, or probably more like that there was an acceptable use in the use of Trillium. Trillium is not tested by Health Canada. It is a formulation. Formulations are not tested. It's really, as Robert Wild mentioned earlier on, it's really inconclusive, the health studies about in relation to Trillium, because only the active ingredient is tested, which happens to be 2,4-D. So 2,4-D is tested, and it is there's a lot of problems with 2,4-D in my understanding, and so I would like to just point that out, that it's really incorrect to speak about that. So I am somewhat visually impaired. I'm going to try to say a few things here as best I can. So please excuse any hesitations or slip-ups that may occur. And what I would like to start with here is that I believe that the science says that we are undergoing collapse of biodiversity, and tremendous decreases in diversity and quantity of insect populations and pollinators throughout the world, and that includes Edmonton. I mean, everybody remembers or perhaps those of us that are at my age remember back in the day when we would go out driving in the country, and our windshields would be covered with insects, and that is simply not the case anymore. And it's a real tragedy to see this horrific, I would say, decline of biological diversity, and part of the beauty and essence of humanity, of being a human, is to, we have co-evolved with many of these species that are in danger of disappearing, including many different pollinators, including wild bees. In this province in particular, there's, we had such a horrific or challenging heat dome last year, and I'm sure that pollinators have really suffered from that. So that's one of the main concerns in terms of science, is that the science is really there needs to be an emphasis on the protection of biodiversity, and as was also mentioned, there needs to be a protection of human health. And I mean, there's a number of people and friends who now suffer from Parkinson's and lymphomas that are arguably caused by these various pesticides that are being used. And we all suffer from a toxic load from the tremendous amount of chemicals and pesticides, including pesticides, that are used in our world, in our existence. And as a precautionary measure, we should all be making every effort we can to reduce the toxic load that we are all burdened with. And if there's any possibility of reducing pesticides and such toxins, we should be doing that. And so I certainly speak in favor of a comprehensive cosmetic pesticide ban that includes public and private lands. And I agree with those who have stated that administration should go back and acknowledge that a lot of the work that they're proposing to redo has already been done. And so let's get on with what needs to be done to protect human health and biological diversity, and proceed with a simple ban. And I think that too, I mean, I looked at the reports that were presented that are part of this discussion, and part of the one of the reports regarding pesticide use mentioned a very extensive list of how to increase and improve transparency and accountability in the application of pesticides. And of course that's important, but I mean, simply by banning some of these pesticides and really being cautious about their use, and I think also creating an opportunity for expertise to be developed in-house. Where is the expertise in protection of biodiversity in the city of Edmonton? I think that there needs to be a greater amount of that expertise developed, and I think that a motion for a cosmetic pesticide ban would contribute to that and help that process along. So thank you very much for your time, and good luck as the cosmetic pesticide ban proceeds.
Thank you. Next is Travis Pulfer, followed by Rowan Drisner.
Good afternoon. My name is Travis Pulfer. I live in Edmonton with my wife and 2 children in the Métis ward, represented by Councillor Salvador. I started my own lawn service back in 1994. I currently employ approximately 40 people annually. A large number of those are returning university students on a seasonal basis, and I've been involved in the green industry for 35 years. I'm an active volunteer in my community, have served on several city committees, and was the co-chair of the Pesticide Advisory Committee that was developed by one of the councils to look at this issue years ago. In the past, at this committee level and in full council, we have had, just like today, individuals sharing their opinions on pesticide use. Taxpayers who have vested interest in their property, gardeners, retired professionals, sports group land users, individuals from industry, environmental groups, property managers, Alberta Environment, and people from other jurisdictions that may or may not have a vested interest in Edmonton, and many more. The list is long. All of these individuals, including myself, are only giving you opinions. I would say that with 35 years experience in the industry and from working with pesticides regularly, that I have a strong knowledge on the products and the safety. But I don't feel that my opinion should carry any more weight than anyone else you've heard from or will hear from today. The reason being is that I, and not one of the other people you have heard from today, or any of you on council for that matter, are the scientists that work every day for the Pesticide Management Regulatory Agency. These individuals, well over 300 of them, are professionals who study, regulate, and either they don't allow or they approve the use of products that every one of us uses to control various pests in our environment, whether that's mosquito repellent, mouse bait, wasp control, aphid control on plants, slug bait, lice control, bed bug control, or weed control. These are the individuals, the scientists with the expertise that say these products are safe for us to use. I want to reiterate that point because others have touched on it today. They are the Regulatory Board of Health Canada. That's the same Health Canada that provides regulation and support for food and nutrition, environmental and workplace health, health science and research, drugs and prescriptions, and product safety, which includes product recalls and pesticide safety. The PMRA is not here today, but they have been at other council meetings in the past where council has invited them to outline their role in pesticide approval and safety and to educate council. It is interesting once you hear them discuss the various processes involved for approval of products, the continued renewal process, and the ongoing reviews. It is a true education for everyone, including yourselves, who may question the process and the safety. I would encourage all of you to engage with the PMRA, either on an individual basis or again here at council level if we continue down this path. It is one of the main reasons we have not implemented a private land use restriction here in Edmonton, because once you understand the process and the steps they take to bring a product to approval, a restriction doesn't make any sense at all. As a taxpayer with a personal home, some investment property, and an industrial shop, all in Edmonton, I am very concerned with the level of care and maintenance of the city's green space and infrastructure. Past council's decision to reduce herbicide use on city lands was conditional of an increased budget for maintenance. This was to include increased cutting cycles, watering, fertilization, top dressing, aeration, and overseeding. But in reality, that budget was decreased. So that's not your fault, as I realize you are a newly elected council, but that is something you need to change with future budgets. However, this decrease has led to an absolute disgraceful level of maintenance on our city properties. It is in fact embarrassing, especially when you look at every surrounding city or town in our capital region and the level of maintenance that they supply to their taxpayers. I don't want my properties to look anything like the City of Edmonton lands, and I know that my clients don't want that either. Proper maintenance and care of my assets, whether that's a car, home, or property, is something I take pride in. It is a necessity and actually a life lesson that I have espoused to my children. My daughter's bought in, my son, he's a little harder nut to crack. But it's time Edmonton refocused its resources and started to properly maintain and care for its assets as well. Let's act and look like a provincial capital and spend our time and resources on the true issues that are affecting the city on a daily basis. Thank you for allowing me to talk today.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Rowan Drisner.
Hello, I'm Rowan Drisner. I'm here to speak on behalf of, I guess, friends, family, and neighbors. Why me? I'm a full-time graduate student at the University of Alberta, looking for an excuse to avoid writing thesis. So who else can be here on a Monday but me? I am a new first-time home buyer. I bought a house in Highlands, and I went and took some pictures of my local community. In the last 2 years, we were fortunate enough to have the neighborhood renewal project go through the community. The infrastructure upgrades and the repaving of the roads all done very well. The boulevards, not so much. As I've heard today from other people, they've seeded the grass, sodded it, and then left it, and it's become an eyesore. Neighbors throughout Highlands and Bellevue are upset. Some have refused to maintain the city boulevards due to the unfortunate state and condition they are. There's almost no surviving grass in it. It's all weeds. These aren't cosmetic weeds as far as I can see. They're stinging nettle, thistle, other kinds of noxious weeds. I don't know if anyone's ever encountered stinging nettle. It's like a wasp bite. This isn't a weed that you want to walk in bare feet or brush against in your shorts while walking down the sidewalk. And I'm concerned because as a first-time home buyer, I now am a taxpayer for the city. And so I'm a little more aware of what my money's going towards. And watching the city abandon these boulevards in the state they are, or in some cases resodding them, and then having them die again, or throwing dirt, which they did a couple weeks ago on it, is not getting us anywhere and anywhere closer to an environment I could take pride in my community. I've heard the term cosmetic thrown around, and I have to admit, I'm not on either side of this debate super familiar with where it came from, but I was talking about it with my wife, who was unable to be here. What is so wrong with the term cosmetic? Aesthetics are important for a citizen of the city, and I want to take pride in the city. Cosmetics are valuable. We just spend all this money on the LRT. We put murals, we put paintings on it because we like the way it looks. We should also like how our city looks. When people come to visit us, when I drive to work or go to the university, I want to be proud to be an Edmontonian. But when I look at this, am I full of pride or am I disappointed? I'm disappointed. I want better. When I was younger, it was better. So I don't know what's happening. And I think that's in general the sentiment I get out of this talk. I didn't know this conversation was even happening, and I'm shocked that some people would suggest that further surveys and polls are unnecessary. I think they are necessary. I want to hear about this. I didn't know this was going on. So, the public needs to be brought into this because I think their opinions are important. Basically I've covered everything I'm mostly concerned about, and most people have covered it today. the private contractors who've spoken to regulate, which I support. These people know what they're doing. I don't. My grandpa used to apply weed control himself. I don't think he knew what he was doing. I wouldn't want to attempt doing it. I don't even know what goes into it. I'm more than happy to pay for it. My neighbors pay for it. You know, anything to keep what's happening here from coming onto my property, because I want to take pride in my city. I want to take pride in my community. And as someone who's younger, this is my first engagement with a city council or in a committee meeting. I want my voice to be heard too. I don't understand what's going on, but I don't think banning is the way to go. Regulation, sure. But banning, that seems extreme. And the concerns other people brought up, which I've learned a lot today about, they have me worried. They have me worried this isn't going to work and it's going to cost me money at a time when inflation's going up, when the cost of living's going up, my taxes are going up. How much money do we need to spend on this to find out if it's going to work? You know, so basically, that's my point. Let's not waste money on things. Let's go about this the right way, and let's bring in more of the public to understand what's going on and get their opinions. Because I didn't know this was happening, and I'm pretty sure a lot of other people don't know to the extent of what this is about. So, yeah, thank you for letting me talk.
Thank you. That concludes comments from our speakers. Now we'll go to questions of those that have registered to speak. Councillor Jans.
Thank you, and thank you to everybody who made time to come and share their views today. My question is for Dr. Farreau around the PMRA, and I guess we can't ask questions of administration at the moment. No. Okay, so my question is for Dr. Farreau. Just in terms of what, like we hear some of the speakers saying defer to Health Canada, but then I also see there's been some court action against Health Canada or against the PMRA, and I was just looking for clarification around that.
Sorry, I had to I think that it's complicated. I don't think there's any easy answers. PMRA is the pesticide regulator, so they're, I would not conflate them with mask mandates, et cetera. They are the health regulator, and frankly, they've undergone scathing reviews for lack of independence, lack of scientific rigor, and other deficiencies. And as Rod Olsted said, and others, there have been recent submissions and successful lawsuits as part of their transformation agenda. But I mean, I think it's felt that the transformation is not transforming much. The court decision comes at a time when all eyes are on PMRA because of its proposal to increase glyphosate levels in food. And they're asking PMRA for the increase. This went to, I don't know, I could go on and on. I think it's very complicated. Councillor Jans, could you tell me a little more specifically what you're after?
Well, I understand there's some lawsuits underway and that PMRA may have had, looks like they had some direction here to look at how they evaluate pesticides. But another question I had, so we've heard a lot about my right to spray things on my lawn, but what about my right to have a pesticide-free lawn, free from chemical drift or trespass from my neighbors? Because that's really where I've heard about this the most from private properties, is someone wanting to garden, grow their own vegetables, grow their own food, have their pets walk around on the lawn, have their kids walk around on the lawn, and not be exposed to drift. I'm just wondering where, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, thanks. I do, because I find it disappointing that a lot of the conversation today has been framed around aesthetics, where I find aesthetics important, but would like to prioritize human health and the environment. on which, I mean, I'm not in favor of beautiful corpses, let's put it that way. So we know pesticides drift, that even professional applicators do not follow label. Professional applicators at golf courses, there have been recent studies showing that they often don't follow labels, and following the labels is so critical in the health risk assessments that PMA does. Individuals don't follow labels. So I think it will help both. We know that pesticides don't stay put. They don't just move because of the wind or being applied on days that they shouldn't be applied. It's also just natural process that they volatilize and move around through natural weather processes. So very important to understand that, a PMRA only suggests that these are of acceptable risk. A pesticide ban further adds precaution and reduces that risk. We know that the risk is only tolerable, according to PMRA, if labels are followed, and the labels are followed maybe half the time. And that applies to both professional and personal. I agree with the professionals talking here that they may be better, but I don't think there's clear evidence that that's the case, because sometimes the profit incentive outweighs, okay, it's a windy day, I know I shouldn't spray, but hey, I'm here, my schedule dictates that I carry on and move to my next customer. So there isn't good evidence that they actually follow labels any better than individual homeowners. They do tend to wear personal protective equipment more frequently, but that does not protect the homeowner.
Can I ask, am I out? Okay, I'm out.
Sorry. Councillor Wright.
Hi, thank you. I think, Mr. Pulfer, you own your own lawn care business, and I agree with you about the look of some of our boulevards, and so do constituents that I hear from as well. I'm just wondering, is it due to neglect of maintaining them or cutting the grass, or could we use different type of plant matter in that would be less maintenance required?
Well, I think that is a good question. And I think it goes back to, starting to look at what the City of Edmonton demands in terms of the planting material. So if it is turf grass, then you need to recognize that it is going to require maintenance. Now, I'm not saying you need to use pesticides on there by any means. In fact, just regular cutting is going to improve the look and the overall issues that your constituents are probably saying to you. I think even Councillor Jan says, the other day I saw him on television with talking about goats. Well, that really is one option, right? Like a very narrow window in terms of where you can use goats. But hey, that is definitely an option we could use, River Valley or some area. You're not going to use it around where you have young trees and shrubs and things like that, because the goats would destroy that. But he's not wrong, but I think you need to look at, what are the areas that you need to maintain? The city demands and puts in, you put in all sorts of beautiful shrub beds in these new areas, but they're not maintained, right? So the budget's got to be there on the back end. And again, I'm not saying you need to use pesticides by any means, but there's got to be maintenance there. So whether that's, hand pulling or you do some herbicide use or whatever it is, but there has to be the commitment to maintenance. Otherwise, don't put the stuff in, right?
Yeah, I outdoor knocking, I had a constituent tell me just pull out all the grass in the city. But that wouldn't help the sports fields.
Right. Yeah.
So, Mr. Story, would cutting the grass more often help the sports fields, or is because we don't spray pesticides on our sports fields, right? That's the current policy?
It's my understanding that you spray pesticides on certain Tier 1 sports fields.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure about that, but absolutely grass cutting would make a very big difference. I know on the Mill Woods field we just played on, I'm not kidding, they kicked the ball and it went half as far as it would normally be because of the weeds and grass were so high. But I could understand why they haven't mowed recently. It had been weeks of rain, and it's, so yes, I guess, yes, grass cutting would help, absolutely.
Okay, okay, so that could reduce the amount of pesticides that's needed anywhere, okay. And then, who was it? Oh, I think Professor Kowalczyk, you didn't have a chance to finish your presentation there, and I know when we had chatted earlier, I think part of your presentation also included some of the Canadian cities that have undergone a ban.
Yeah, that's right. Over 180 cities already have a cosmetic pesticide ban on public and private lands. So Edmonton is far behind. I'm very excited that we're finally going to have a cosmetic pesticide ban. And, you know, one of the things that I think is really important for us to keep in mind is the importance of, you know, a ban and public education, that a ban can also work to set a standard. And then if you need public education to go along with it, to help people understand some of these alternatives. And, you know, one of the things that we're advocating for is for the city to use a document that Nature Alberta created already that's basically, you know, a wonderful manual for homeowners, you know, and what they can do in their own yards to take good care of them and make sure that they're healthy, that they're protecting biodiversity, and they're beautiful. And this already exists. So we do agree with some of the speakers who noted that, you know, we don't need to throw a lot of money at this issue. The work has already been done. And so we just need to take a look at what's already been done.
Okay, thank you very much. And I have a quick question then for Mr. Dresner. You mentioned not a ban, but regulations. Can you give me an idea of what regulations you'd consider?
Well, I think we've heard about it. I mean, I was kind of learning today, being here from other people, but I think, I mean, as I mentioned, my grandpa did it himself. I don't, from everything I heard, that doesn't sound like a very safe thing to do. I mean, I think working with these companies is an easier way of regulating it than trying to ban it and hope that citizens make the right choices. You know, bans I don't think work. I think you force people to go and make the decision for themselves, and I think that would be against the kind of notion of regulating things properly. If you can control it through people who know what they're doing, then I think that's better personally than me trying to figure out how to spray weeds.
Okay, okay, thank you very much. My time is up.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Recognizing we only have 5 minutes left of the meeting, do you want me, should we extend order, or how do we? Okay.
I'm very reluctant to extend orders
Yeah.
on the very first day back.
Yeah, fair enough. Do you want me to just ask my question, and if we need to requisition, we?
Well,
sorry.
Ask your questions.
Okay.
And then we'll finish off from there.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I guess maybe just to Mr. Dresner. In the picture you were mentioning, it was, well, first of all, thank all of you again for taking the time to come out. Mr. Dresner, in your picture, you were mentioning the noxious weeds. I guess, you know, to my understanding, back in 2015, when the city passed the cosmetic herbicide on public space, it wasn't a full-out ban because of concerns for things like noxious weeds. I guess I think I just want to clarify with you, today we're talking about cosmetic purposes, and noxious weeds, you know, according to that policy back then was a bit of its own category, if you were aware of that.
I mean, I didn't follow city politics
Fair
very
enough.
much
Yeah,
at
fair
the time, but as far as I'm aware, a weed that could sting you, I mean, I don't know the definition
Yeah.
exactly, but if it can hurt you, it doesn't feel like cosmetic, feels noxious. And
Yeah, and
as I
so,
said,
yeah.
I took pictures of them. They exist, so,
Yeah.
and they're growing in the boulevards today, so.
And definitely, I'll be following up with administration on that question as well. And then to Mr. Pulfer, when you were referring to, you know, city had committed to increasing the funds for, you know, manual maintenance of lawn care, my understanding was that also came out of that policy work back a few years ago. Is that your understanding as well?
That's right. I think that was Councillor Henderson at the time.
That's right.
Right, had brought forward the conversation in terms of the restriction for the city use, but he, as I recall, committed to pushing forward for, you know, better funding for, your maintenance, right? And that
over time didn't necessarily pan out the same.
That's
and,
right.
No, I think that's a good point because I had that as a question for administration as well, so I'll be following up. I'm not sure when, but. And I was wondering, just to go to Dr. Kowalczak, I guess I'm just wondering, absolutely fair enough that some of these jurisdictional scan has been done, and I think if you don't mind re-enlightening this committee, what do those scans say about enforcement, in particular on private property? Because I think that is indeed, a huge challenge that I can foresee. But if you can just shed some light on that.
Sure. The scans make very clear that the standard is a strong cosmetic pesticide ban, that is like the base, and that's what works, and that what they recommend again and again. In terms of enforcement, enforcement is necessary, but it is also sort of a secondary to public education. Yeah. And the ban has to happen hand in hand with public education. We could even see with, the BTI aerial spraying that happened this spring. I think administration committed to public education on alternatives, and I haven't seen anything.
I have seen them actually, perhaps not as widely, but I have seen some of the materials. That's been quite interesting.
Well, I don't think most communities have seen it, or most individuals, and that's what we need to do, is help people to understand what the alternatives are for them.
Yeah.
I think they'll be more willing to comply. And right now, there is no recourse at all, as Ms. McCumsey noted. If there is, a case of chemical trespass or something, there is no recourse. Mm-hmm. So we need to have a ban so that, there is something to enforce.
Yeah. And do you have any thoughts on the comments in the previous panel about, the side effect to some of these policies in other jurisdictions, the creation of an underground market, that people are using it regardless?
I haven't seen any evidence of that at all. These are all sort of anecdotal claims, in my view. Right now, again, there is no enforcement, there's no ban, which means that, private homeowners, if they want to be mixing pesticides in their back shed and not securing them properly to keep them out of the hands of children or whatever, that's happening right now. There's nothing to stop that from happening. So how can, some of these individuals suggest that it's a risk of what's to come? We've got that situation right now. So it seems like the obvious and common sense thing to do would be to enact a ban, create a new standard, and really ensure that there is good public education to keep everybody safe.
I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so that brings us to the end of our day. There was a question just previously about extending orders. I'm very reluctant to do that because our staff people have been here since the beginning of the day, so it's really unfair to keep them beyond the end of their day. So I'm really reluctant to do that, like I said, particularly on the first day. Unless it's really avoidable. And our processes were just changed recently to add a category on all of our agendas, which is entitled Unfinished Business, of which this is an instance. So this will, this is my question to the clerk, this will continue at the next Community and Public Services Committee meeting with a motion or without a motion?
I don't believe we need a motion. However, if we wanted to specify that this item in particular will be first item, we could do that. The other two items we postponed will also appear under that section as well.
And we'll do unfinished business before we do new business at the next
Exactly,
meeting.
yes. So they'll be automatically time specific at the beginning of the agenda.
So effectively, we will continue this agenda before we start the next one.
Exactly.
9:30 on August 22nd.
Yes.
So my question is this then, of Council, are there any other questions of our speakers from anyone today or in 2 weeks? If there are no further questions of our speakers, then that concludes questions of our speakers, which is an important milestone in the meeting. Okay, so that concludes questions of our speakers. Thank you all for your submissions. We appreciate your time and for sharing your thoughts today. When this item continues at the next meeting, we'll be picking up with questions of administration. And then any decisions that would come out of that conversation, motions moved, motions offered, requisition, will come at the conclusion of the conversation with administration. Okay, everybody cool? Are there, are there any motions pending? Not aware of any. Any notices of motion or motions without customary notice? Hearing none, we are adjourned. Thank you all very much, everyone.